It's about social media being nasty. So Thierry Henry has said bye-bye to people on social media until it gets more pleasant, which means that he's saying
bye-bye
forever. It's not going to get more pleasant until it's not populated by people anymore. A brief cold slap. No, not a slap. Snap. A brief cold snap from tonight will bring sleet, hail, and even snow. Snow?
Oh, no.
The Met Office said chilly air swept in today behind an active weather front, bringing strong winds and heavy rain, turning wintry into the night with potential for some sleet and hail just about everywhere. Snow's possible over hillier parts of the country, including but not limited to Exmoor, Dartmoor, the Pennines and Scotland, with up to 9 centimetres expected in the Western Highlands. Blimey. Is that a lot? Well, to get from centimetres to feet, you double it and add 32. So double 9 is 16, and 16 plus 32 is 16. Let's see, 16 plus 32. 6 and 3 is 9, and 1 and 2 is 3. So that 93 feet of snow is expected in the Highlands this evening. Can you believe that?
No.
Next week, temperatures will be on a roller coaster ride into what could see highs of 70 Fahrenheit. That sounds warm. That's going to be on Tuesday in the south, just as people can gather in the groups of 6 outside again. Isn't that great?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks. Thanks, Bodger. Can we really? The government has decreed that we are going to be allowed out under certain circumstances as long as we don't make a noise or stand near a statue, unless it's a statue of a climate campaigner, Greta Thunberg, in which case you will be allowed to pull it down because, you know, what does she want a statue for? She doesn't want celebrating, she wants hanging, she does. No way, hanging's too good for her. She wants threshing and then hanging and fed through a bacon slicer, she does, and then sending back to where she came from. That was a party political broadcast on behalf of the Gammon Party.
We've got a few idiots in our party.
Next Tuesday likely to be the warmest day of 2021 so far. Doesn't that sound like the future? 2021. Write it down and look at it. Doesn't that sound like a great year to be alive? It'll further increase the popularity of Boris Johnson, though. The weather coming up this week. Going to be a warm day on Tuesday, which is going to increase the popularity of Boris Johnson, as only under the levelling up agenda of the Conservative Party has such a day been possible now that we're out of the deadening clutches of the evil European superstate. No! And only now are we free to create good old British weather like it used to be. Now that we no longer have to follow European diktats from Brussels about the size and shape of hailstones and the direction of our winds, can we truly enter spring with the glorious blue skies of our youths, as squadrons of blackbirds soar overhead and show Jerry just what it's like to be on the receiving end. You know, like on the History Channel. The mercury is set to stay above average for the time of year until at least Wednesday. And then it's all downhill into the weekend, just as you would expect, as it's Easter and that's a bank holiday, and it's truly British to have terrible weather on a bank holiday. Met Office meteorologist Aidan said a taste of winter as we begin this weekend. Heavy rain for some places. The cold air sweeps across today, followed by an awful lot of showers. Some very lively downpours arriving from the west and the northwest, and I think we know where that is. I'll check while you wait. What? No. Rain. This is Glasgow. Raining tonight and raining tomorrow and raining on Sunday and raining on Monday and raining on Tuesday. But then, grip onto something firm. Sunny on Wednesday. Actual real-life sun. Can you believe that?
No.
And then sunny on Thursday, and sunny on Friday, and sunny on Saturday. And you might see sun on Sunday, and then sunny on Monday, and sunny on Tuesday, and sunny on Wednesday, and sunny on Thursday the 8th. Isn't that incredible? That's Glasgow. My mind's been blown. That's happen eventually, I suppose. A cold start on Saturday, here, there and everywhere, baby. Widespread frost. Watch out for those icy stretches where we've had showers coming through overnight. Driving conditions may be treacherous, so please speed up and tailgate the car in front, and don't slow down for those mini roundabouts. Just blast over them like they're not there. And flash your lights like mad if anyone does below 40 in a 20 zone. And of course, if you are in a hatchback, you will already be doing this, and we appreciate your cooperation.
Thank you.
The showers will fade away through Saturday morning, and it's largely going to be dry and bright with plenty of sunny spells. You remember sunny spells, don't you?
No.
Showers easing through the morning. Most places becoming dry and sunny spells. Rain in the northwest later and for the rest of your lives. That's Saturday. Outlook for Sunday to Tuesday. In the northwest, cloudy, windy, persistent rain, mostly dry across the south, increasingly warm. Would you like to hear the long-range weather forecast?
No.
Oh, go on, Carol. Go on.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, OK. This is until the 9th of April. Mild to perhaps very mild and largely dry in the southeast at first. Rain in the north, then colder. Showers to the north, turning wintry over higher ground. Further south, largely dry, sunshine, feeling rather cold, especially when exposed to a brisk north wind. Exposed?
Disgusting.
And then the middle couple of weeks in April. Generally settled. From the start to the middle of April, high pressure close to the UK, much of the UK drier than average. Temperatures becoming less cold. Towards the end of the month, rain where you would expect in the northwest, drier, more settled conditions elsewhere. Drier, more settled conditions elsewhere? And the clocks go forward on Sunday? And we're going to be let outside by Her Majesty's government as long as we behave ourselves? We'll take it! It's also going to be a supermoon.
Groovy.
This weekend, the first supermoon of the year is going to be visible. It's named the Worm Moon. Isn't that awful?
Dreadful.
What kind of a name is that for a moon? The Worm Moon will reach its biggest and brightest in the night sky on Sunday. There's a moon in the sky, and it's called the moon. That's not very creative thinking by whoever named it, is it? It is a moon, and they've called it the moon. The worm moon is named for the earthworms that begin to appear in March when the soil begins to warm up, bringing robins and other birds out for the start of spring. Supermoon occurs when the full moon nearly coincides with a perigee, the point in the orbit of the moon at which it's nearest to the Earth. A perigee supermoon can appear as much as 14% larger and 30% brighter than normal when viewed from here, on the Earth. Isn't that great?
Yowza.
Dr. Daniel, an astronomy expert at Nottingham Trent University, said supermoons often encourage people to go out and take their first steps in astrophotography, thinking the moon will be larger than normal. He said, however, in reality, supermoons are never huge at all, so don't get fooled into thinking that you can see it larger than it normally is. The so-called moon illusion will make the moon appear much larger than it really is, because it's near, especially when it's near down on the horizon. That is the moon illusion. Actually, it is bigger. If it's at its perigee, then it will be... I mean, the moon remains the same size, but to our eyes it's bigger because it's nearer. This bloke's got no idea what he's on about. Of course it seems bigger, it's nearer. I've just explained it. It can appear as much as 14% larger. I mean, it's not actually larger, but it looks bigger to us because it's nearer. It's like if a person is 100 yards away from you, they'll look teeny tiny, but they're not in real life. They're not little people. They're just further away. Like what's his name's flags. My God. We're still on about flags in this country. God, it's just so embarrassing. This country is like a stroppy teenager. Permanently embarrassing. We're flagtastic. So this moon illusion, which this astronomer was referring to, we should get a psychologist on the phone. They know more about illusions than an astronomer. What does an astronomer know about planets? The so-called moon illusion will make the moon appear much larger than it actually is, But as he is an expert in possession of facts, no one is remotely interested in anything that he has got to say.
Correct.
I expect the moon will actually be larger because the Tories have secured a stonking majority and we can laugh at the French with their silly little moon, as we Brits once again taste the glorious freedom from Brussels interfering in the size of our satellite. See? Benefits. 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Email nick@lbc. I'm saying that while reading this next text. I'm multitasking. How do I do it? Nora. Can that possibly be her real name? That's absolutely priceless. Approximately how many years over 100 are you, Nora? She said, you allocate your sulky wit. I've got no idea how she speaks, but this is the voice I'm going to give her. Nora says, you allocate your, in inverted commas, sulky wit to Mr. Farage, as you realise he is too much of a gentleman to complain, and thus you'll get away with it. What do you mean by get away with it? Well, it's against the law to make jokes now. Oh, Struth. Is this the freedom that we're tasting? Now we've left the European Union, it's against the law to make jokes now, Nora? He's too much of a gentleman. Yeah, right. Sure he is. So I'll get away with it. Coward that you so obviously are. What's cowardly about making fun of somebody who is risible from the top of his head to the bottom of his shoes? Cowardly. I mean, anyway, he's way ahead of me in making fun of himself.
We are thick, we are stupid.
Nick Abbott on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
What in places goes on inside that head of yours?
Well, workers could vote with their feet and quit their jobs if they are not allowed to return to the office, Rishi Sunak says. What planet is Rishi Sunak on? Hard to believe that a millionaire banker who married into the family of a billionaire could be out of touch. It's almost as though none of the Tories that are running the country on behalf of Rupert Murdoch have got any idea what it's like to be a normal person that has to, actually do proper work for a living. Rishi Sunak, the actual Chancellor, said that sitting with colleagues in the worst place. Sitting with colleagues in the workplace encourages, quotes, meetings that happen by chance and people riffing off each other. Riffing off each other? In the workplace?
Disgusting.
He's urged businesses which have benefited from the pandemic to help fuel the economic recovery by investing and hiring. Well, best of luck with that, as we in Britain have one of the worst investing rates in the developed world. Why on earth would companies start investing now? We've got terrible productivity figures in this country because firms in the UK don't invest in the future. They invest in the wealth of stockholders and chief executives in the present. Short-termism, it's what will do for mankind. But don't take my word from it. This is last year from the London School of Economics. It says growth of output per worker in this country has declined dramatically since the global financial crisis of 2008. Output per hour and real wages are no higher than they were prior to the financial crisis. Output per hour increased during the last 2 quarters of 2018 and the first 2 quarters of 2019. So the United States and other advanced economies also experienced productivity slowdowns, but the UK slowdown has been more dramatic than any. We're 31st out of 35 OECD countries in growth of output per hour in the 10 years from 2008. God, that's embarrassing. I bet you couldn't name 31 countries. We're 31st out of 35 OECD countries in growth of output per hour. In other words, we've just stayed still. I mean, we've made no end of money, but companies haven't been using it to plan for the future, to make us workers more productive. they've made their money and said, thanks, we'll take that. And they've swanned off into the sunset on a solid gold boat. So, whatever we were doing before the government's reaction to COVID sent us all indoors wasn't good for either the country or us personally. And now we have had, and now we've been forced in and experienced a different lifestyle, and maybe a more productive way to lead our lives. And the Chancellor, multi-millionaire Rishi Sunak, the genius that has provided over the worst economic crash of any country in Europe, wants us to go back to that life of commuting again. He thinks we'll leave. Right, that's it. I'm leaving. Unless you can go back to commuting. He thinks we're going to quit unless we're allowed to get up at 6:30 in the morning, a good 2 hours before we actually want to get up, and dash to the station and squeeze into a train that we can't find a seat on and crush onto the tube and sit in a car in traffic to go and be all day in some airless tower block dreaming of when we can go outside for 5 minutes to buy some overpriced sarnie to take back and eat at our desks and then repeat the crush to get back home and slump asleep by 9 in front of the telly because we're so exhausted. He thinks we'll quit if we don't get to go back to doing that again. He's out of his mind. What's he thinking? He did a joint interview with the Daily Telegraph and The Sun. What a combination. Oh, he really is appealing to the broader electorate, no?
No.
Rishi Sunak touted the benefits of the physical workplace, saying the opportunities afforded in an office cannot be beaten. He said you can't beat the spontaneity, the team building, the culture that you create in a firm or an organisation from people actually spending physical time together. He said young people reap the benefits of proximity to experienced mentors when working in an office. He said, imagine you've just left college or university and you start this job in a big company and you're sitting at home on your own. How do you get to know your peers? How do you learn the culture of an organisation? How do you get those mentors which are important for your career development? What's he talking about? Young people are answering the phone for the broadband company and telling people why their internet isn't connected, despite them ordering it a month ago. And everybody else is delivering dinner on the back of a moped to those people who are sitting at home at their desk being yelled at by unhappy customers. What fantasy nation of interesting work is it he's referring to? Etonland, where Daddy's little puppet can sail into an executive position with Megabank and be propelled towards their glorious future in spite of their ineptitude by friends of Daddy forged at the Top Persons School. Yeah, apart from anything else, I've been in offices and they're all the bloomin' same. People who are sitting side by side talk to each other on email. So what's the difference? Rishi Sunak warned that if companies decide to get rid of their offices, their staff might vote with their feet and join competitors who allow them to attend work in person. No, they won't. We're in the middle of one of the worst economic crashes in history. People's jobs are hanging by a thread, and you think they're going to up sticks and walk out on a job that they already have in the comfort of their own home, so that they can join the rat race again and spend half their life communicating from one place to another. If only there was some sign that Rishi Sunak might not be worthy of all the love being poured all over him by the citizens of this country, who apparently can be bought off with a tenner off their dinner. And you might be thinking, why should a representative of this government want people to go back to their offices so dearly? It's mystifying. In completely unrelated news, the Conservatives have received more than £11 million from some of the UK's richest property developers and construction businesses since Boris Johnson became Prime Minister last July. Wow, since last July. Donations to the Tories from property businesses increased significantly over the past year, with more than 120 individuals and companies connected to the sector giving money. Just 6 leading Tory donors linked to the property sector gave more than £4.5 million since July. This is these are Open Democracy's findings, who do excellent work. Transparency International's Steve Goodrich said the corrupting influence of big money from UK politics must be removed before it irreparably damages trust in our democracy. Yeah, I think that ship sailed and sunk. In other unrelated news, details of the Conservatives' reliance on property tycoons came as Housing Secretary Robert Jenrick was under fire recently after admitting unlawful, quotes, apparent bias in overruling local officials who rejected Tory donor Richard Desmond's £1 billion Tower Hamlets housing development and fast-tracking the planning process, saving the property developer £45 million. Desmond, who sat beside Jenrick at a £900 a head Conservative fundraiser at the Savoy in late 2019, subsequently donated £12,000 to the Conservatives. It gets better than that. In an interview defending Jenrick, Business Minister Nadeem Zahawi actually said out loud that voters who wanted to raise planning issues with their MPs could likewise go to a Conservative fundraiser.
What?
He said they will be sitting next to MPs and other people in their local authorities and can interact with different parts of the authority. And all you'll need is to have £900 to spend on dinner. And if you have that kind of cash, you still won't be able to go because you're not the right sort, you see. Better luck next time. In another life. No, there's nothing funny about it. I have further details about why it is the government might be so very keen to get people to trudge back to the office by making out that we'll quit our jobs unless we're allowed to do that again. Rishi Sunak. What a sense of humour. I didn't know he had one. But I'll get to even more awful reasons why that might be the case in a minute. But first, here is a call in East Yorkshire. Mike.
Hi, Nick.
Yes, Mike.
Yeah, the Sunak thing. Quite interesting.
Mike, you're quite fuzzy.
Is that any better?
No. Come nearer the microphone.
I'll try.
It's like you're one of those people in the 1970s who put a sock in the phone to disguise your voice. It's not working. I know it's you.
Good. Right, Sunak.
Are we on speakerphone?
No. Oh, normal.
Are you in the toilet? Oh, my God.
I'm in the kitchen.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm out walking the Labrador, but I'm back now. So.
Right. How big is your kitchen? It sounds like as big as a football field. It's echoey.
Yeah, it's about 15 foot by 10, I suppose.
15 foot by 10, right. I can only dream of having a kitchen that big.
Not if you have to clean it.
Right.
Okay. Right, try back again. Sunak. It was Sunak that caused Cummings' disappearance. In that Boris had to end up choosing between Sunak and Cummings. Cummings wanted an early lockdown in September, and Sunak didn't. He wanted to get the economy open, and it was a choice for Boris between one and the other, and he picked Rishi.
Yeah, he picked the wrong one.
Yeah, in this case, yeah, as much as I've got no respect for Cummings, he picked the wrong one this time round. The question I wanted to ask you is, it's strange. Remember Brexit? The B word.
I remember Brexit.
They needed us more than we needed them. But when Boris was asked why we aren't testing lorry drivers coming from Calais to Dover, he said, well, 50% of our food and 75% of our medicines come from Europe.
Yes.
But France insists on a test for every lorry driver going from Dover to Calais. So they obviously aren't too worried about the flow of food and medicines and things, but we are. So who's...
Yes, please Boris Johnson he basically unpicked his own arguments, every single one of them, over the last 4 years or so, by admitting that we do need them more than they need us. He said it out loud.
Absolutely. And just a snippet, if I can, before I go, Nick, from failures of state again. The last sort of funny, I've finished it now, but the last sort of funny that came out of it was last March, not this March, during the first peak of the virus, before Boris got ill, this is, he was having a conference call with manufacturers trying to drum up ventilators. And his acolytes were trying to organise the call, and whilst they were trying to fix the sort of technical bit, he turned around to them and said, "What should we call this? Should we call it Operation Last Gasp?" And that is the nature of the man we're dealing with.
Always
Not
with
good.
the jokes, yeah, and people love it. His popularity just soars ever upwards, as does the death numbers. But people don't really care about that. They just wish to be amused, apparently.
On September the 30th last year, Boris there was, can't remember which paper it was now, had a poll. 11% thought he was handling it well, 89% thought he was handling it badly.
Yeah.
Since then, we've had 50,000 deaths.
Mm-hmm.
He got it wrong with not looking down quick enough.
With
He got it
everything,
wrong-
yeah. You got it wrong with everything, yes.
Absolutely
The
everything.
only thing he's actually done
So-
well is to step out of the way of the professionals and let them get on with the vaccination.
And the latest poll is showing that he's got 53% approval,
Yeah.
which is purely down to the vaccine.
I know.
But he's killed 50,000 people in the meantime.
It's the It's the recency effect. People will step over all sorts of misery, and if you pat them on the head, then that's the part they remember the best. Which is why politicians, I bet you £5 that Boris Johnson will announce a pay rise for nurses just moments before the next election. Betcha. Betcha, betcha, betcha. And it will trump the pay rise that nurses in Scotland have got because, he'll want to make a bigger splash. So it'll be, I bet they can look forward to 10%, but they're going to have to wait till just before the next election. People do say socialism, they'll say. Socialism? No! You don't want to vote Labour because they're in hock to the unions, they say. And the thing with unions is that they represent millions of people. Millionaires, on the other hand, represent one person, themselves. Here's another reason why the government might be so desperate for us to go back to the office. That misery. Many of the property tycoons who have donated to the Conservatives in the past year would qualify to become part of the leaders group of top donors. Oh, the leaders group. A minimum of £50,000 a year it'll cost. And for that you can attend quarterly meetings with the Prime Minister and senior cabinet ministers. Conversations off the record. What sounds crooked about that? A previous Open Democracy investigation found that the leaders group of donors had given more than, get ready, grip onto something firm, £130 million to the Conservatives since 2010. The leaders group of donors had given £130 million to the Conservatives since 2010. Previous commitments to publish lists of attendees have not been kept. The Tories scrubbed details of the previous leaders group meetings off the party website. Not that they've got anything to hide, you understand. They're just saving space on the internet. They don't want to get it clogged up with all that evidence. Unnecessary detail. In other news from last November, some high-end property industry donors have pledged to stop giving money to the Conservative Party because they're angry about its handling of the lockdown and a ban on evicting tenants who do not pay rent. The biggest complaint among property donors is the government's moratorium on commercial landlords evicting or aggressively seeking rent from tenants of shops and offices. Property owners are facing a £4.5 billion rent shortfall by the end of the year. The policy, which began in March, was designed to help vulnerable retail and hospitality businesses. And now it's all hands on deck to support the commercial landlords who will lose an absolute packet if we drones don't go back to the office. Just as an aside, I wonder how many Tory MPs have commercial properties in their diversified portfolios. Is it 100%? I don't know. I'm just curious. That's all.
A couple of things. First of all, I don't actually know who's running this country, but every time I open my Twitter feed or look at the internet, I am just emblazoned with images, video and photographs of our Prime Minister. The latest one is he's at a primary school painting bananas with kids. If it's not that, he's cleaning chairs in a community centre, or he's dressed as Bob the Builder somewhere.
Yeah.
So,
now, hang on. Back up. Now, do you mean that he's painting an image of a banana, or he's actually painting bananas?
No, he's painting an image of a banana.
Image of a banana, right?
I expect his Princess Nutnuts has put it on the fridge, so because he's a good boy.
he's a good boy.
Yeah.
Who's a good boy? Aren't you a good boy, Bodger?
I can't comment on that. I
Somebody pat him on the head.
Isn't that ridiculous? The other thing is, there's a stirring. I see a stirring you might want to look into. That a certain Home Secretary has spent £77,000 of our money on her eyebrows.
What?
Well, those are pretty impressive eyebrows.
I tell you, I don't want to be nasty, right? But a woman that age,
go ahead,
she's a woman that age, right? She's got the dress sense of my nan. It's quite sad, really. It is quite sad.
Well, how old's your nan?
Really... Oh well, my nan's dead.
Oh well, okay.
The point is,
I'm sorry to hear that. I didn't know she was ill.
No, nor did she. But no, a lady that age should really have a bit more of a dress sense about her. I think it doesn't provide a good look for the country. And the other thing, I've got a question, right? Don't you think it would be a good idea, considering that we're waiting for Starmer to blossom like a flower?
Yes, for them to descend. Don't
you think it would be a good idea if one of the directions he goes in could possibly be forming a pact with the other opposition parties and running on the position of
proportional representation? Rejoin.
Yeah.
Oh well, let's one step at a time.
Well, I mean, the majority of this country didn't want to leave. We've now got another generation coming up who...
Allow them the vote. They specifically said that out loud. It's just like Donald Trump. Once again, they're guided by the principle, what would Donald Trump do? They actually say the quiet parts out loud. They did not give the vote to 16-year-olds because they said that we know who they would vote, which way they would vote.
Exactly.
God, what is happening here?
I don't know. I just don't get it.
Okay, all right. You and me both. We're Mr. You can call us Mr. Fide. And I'm not sure that Priti Patel's dress sense is really the outstanding dress sense failure in the current administration. I think that prize has to go to Bodger.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Well done, Bodger. You win again. He just loves his dressing up box, doesn't he? Like a clown. Always with the photo opportunities. And here I am donning another white coat. Do you want salt and vinegar on that? Rodney tweets, there's no one under 80 called Nora. Yeah, or Ethel, for that matter. Or Edna. And there's nobody who's called Fred who's still alive. Fred's dead. Zed's dead too, but, that's another story. Zed's dead, baby. Zed's dead. Peter texts, can you explain this whole MP and his milk bottle protest? I truly do not understand it. Well, let me think about that.
No.
And furthermore...
No.
But I'll have a bash. Tory MPs have vowed to carry a pint of milk around as a symbol of protest against the draconian coronavirus laws. Does that make sense?
No.
This is amid warnings that Bojo, the MP, the PM, he's the actual Prime Minister of this country. You believe that? Boris Johnson is our leader. If aliens from space were to land tomorrow and asked to be taken to our leader, we'd introduce them to him. They'd think we were taking the mick and annihilate the lot of us. They'd blast off and nuke the entire site from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. Boris Johnson is going to face demands to recall Parliament if he announces crunch decisions on lockdown during the Easter recess. Sir Charles Walker said, he said he will use the milk as a reminder of the need to defend freedom.
What?
Yeah. I tried to understand it. I really did. Sir Charles Walker, an actual real-life sir, said he's going to use the milk as a reminder of the need to defend freedom. The Commons broke up for nearly 3 weeks last night. They deserve a holiday for 3 whole weeks because they have managed to cause the highest death toll, coupled with the worst economic crash in the world, which is a magnificent achievement, and they must be absolutely shattered. Well done, everyone! Let's guess which one of them is going to be spotted exiting a private jet in the Bahamas against the government rules that naturally will not apply to them. Place your bets, but nah. They ran away to relax and congratulate themselves after a successful coup. Or after the government won a vote on extending COVID laws until September, whichever description you prefer. If it looks like a coup and it smells like a coup and it squeezes like a coup, it's probably a coup. Bodger Johnson is facing a mounting backlash over proposals for COVID passports, the very thing he said he wasn't going to introduce just a week or so ago. You only know when something is true after Boris Johnson says it's false. Ain't that right, Bodge?
I can't comment on that.
COVID passports could mean that people will have to show that they've been vaccinated or tested negative recently in order to go to a pub or restaurant. We want to see your papers. Bodge is expected to host a press conference from the new £2.6 million Downing Street briefing room. How can you spend £2.6 million on a room that already existed? How? So that's going to be a press conference on Monday from the new room, when the stay-at-home order will be formally lifted. It cost $2.6 million because they had to go up and buy all the Union Jack flags through a neighbour of Matt Hancock, who runs a pet grooming and dog strangling facility and has no prior experience of flag procurement, but won a £2.5 million contract to supply 2 of them after the Health Secretary intervened on his behalf. All above board, nothing to see here, but lessons have been learned.
Affirmative.
And the rest of the money, £100,000, was spent on hiring somebody who could pass a lie detector test to speak on behalf of the PM.
Liar!
Monday. Put a note of it in your diary. Isn't it exciting?
No.
They really are gaslighting us. They released the information about how much it cost. The very same week they said that they can't afford a pay rise for the nurses. You get a clap, for a couple of weeks during last summer. What more do you want? There will be a pay rise for nurses, but it will come at a politically opportune moment. Just weeks before, maybe a couple of months before the next general election, when Bodger is depending on our vote. I bet that happens. Betcha, betcha, betcha. Daniel tweets, Nick, my niece is called Nora and she's 3. I suppose some names get so old they come back into fashion again. But I'm not sure that Nora is one of them. And neither would Edna or Ethel. Fred? It's possible, I suppose. Chris the cabbie says, I just went outside for a smoke during the break and there were 6 ducks on my patio. 6? That's an invasion, Chris. He says, not sure how to handle ducks, so I calmly walk back inside. Yes. No sudden movements. He says they're all now quacking really loud. I think there's going to be a fight. I'm racking my brains to think where they may have come from. Anyone else ever had this problem? 6. I suspect that one of them's a female and the other 5 are male. I was in, this was last summer, I was in, I think, Wisley, one of those gardens. And there was quite a commotion, and some ducks just flew in, making a heck of a racket. And everybody stopped and stared, and it looked like about 3 ducks were trying to drown one small duck. And people were getting quite exercised about this. No, get off there! What, we didn't know it was a her at the time, of course. We just saw it looked like duck murder was going on before our very eyes. Like they'd argued over a bit of bread or something. And then I think we gradually realised that this wasn't murder. This was something altogether more unpleasant.
Disgusting.
You know, at it they were. Awful. In public. Outside. Isn't that awful?
Dreadful.
0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Those ducks should get a room.
We all have our own relationship with money, how we spend, save, and our goals for the future. This is your moneyverse, and it can sometimes be tricky to navigate. Barclays has specially trained experts called money mentors that can help. Talk to them about anything from the basics of budgeting to buying a home. Book a chat with a Barclays Money Mentor. Search Barclays Moneyverse. Make money work for you, Barclays. Your individual circumstances can vary. We recommend that you get advice specific to your needs if required.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Nick Abbott.
Yes, hello. I've been waiting for you. Hello.
Hello. 0345 6060 973. Gaz tweets, just looking out of our front window and a bloke in shorts and T-shirts and flip-flops walked past eating an ice cream. It's sleet and hailstones outside. Probably Australian. I mean, nobody wears flip-flops in this country apart from Australians. You see them walking around London or a town near you, in fact. They get everywhere, Australians. And they're wearing flip-flops, which is fine by the sea, I suppose, if you're 5. But a grown-up walking around a town in flip-flops, I mean, their feet are black. They're black up to their calves. Awful. Peter texts, Nick, can you explain this whole MP and his milk bottle protest? I truly do not understand it. I've done that, haven't I? Yeah, I've done that already. Now, I'm repeating myself. In essence, no, I don't really understand it either. There isn't really much to understand about it. I don't really get why milk. I think he just picked something and has decided, will decide later, what about milk he wishes to protest about. I think, is that it? It was quite unclear, even when he was yakking on about it in the Commons. It's the price of milk. He doesn't know whether it's too low or too high. He's going to complain about something eventually. I just think it's the ability to protest about something. And it's a reminder that we should hold on to the ability to protest about something. And with the added benefit that he won't run out of milk. Cumbria. Hello, Pete. Oh, no, hang on a minute. One moment, please. There he is. Hello, Pete.
Hello, Nick.
Pete.
Hope you're well.
Very well, thanks.
Sitting here having a chuckle as usual. Love your show.
Well, you've got to have a laugh. Thanks.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
I think, I was just sitting there thinking about our grand leader, and then you're mentioning the milk thing. I think we're being led by animals.
Animals?
Cats, cats and milk. And Boris.
You shouldn't give a cat a milk, though. You give a kitten a milk. We're the only... this is probably... Well, this is not a unique thought. It's been said approximately 1 million times before. But we are the only adult, I think, on the planet of our species, or of any species, that actually drinks milk. It's a baby thing, isn't it? But we love it. Can't get enough.
Well, for the first time in many years, I did have a glass of milk tonight to take with my tablet.
How was it?
It was wonderful.
Wonderful. Wow. Where'd you get it? That sounds great. Wonderful milk.
It came out of a plastic bottle.
Oh, one of those. I see.
Yes. Anyway,
are you supposed to... Hang on a minute. Whoa, back up. Are you supposed to take your medicine with milk? Because it probably says on the label that you shouldn't, doesn't it?
I don't know. I've never studied it.
Have you never read the label?
What, on milk?
What? No. No, not on milk, on your pills.
Maybe I should do that.
I think you should read the label that comes with it.
Warning!
You might want to sit down first, because it doesn't matter what you're taking. The side effects will include everything up to death. It doesn't matter what it is written there on the label. They're covering themselves. Your heart may explode out of your chest. Your eyeballs will burst out of their sockets and splat on the wall opposite, and you may die.
At last, I've got something to look forward to.
Yes.
Yeah. Going back to Boris.
Right.
And the more I see him on TV, and that's not often because I usually turn it off.
Yes.
But he's a dog, isn't he?
A dog.
He's a dog. Look, he looks like one.
Well, he looks like the Dulux dog, yeah.
He does, yeah.
He's just come back from a run in the country, and he's rolled around in something that he shouldn't oughta.
Disgusting.
And he needs a bath.
He should be put on a lead.
Yes, exactly.
But it's not only that. It's not just the visionary aspect of it, if that's the right word. It's the fact that he even talks like a dog. If a dog could talk, it's like... Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, he's getting 3 weeks off. We should actually, as a nation, all chip in together and put him in a kennel.
That's a damn good idea.
Isn't it?
Yeah. Do you want a tenner? I can kick it off.
Yes, please post it to the following address. I'll wait till you get a pencil. All right, thanks a lot, Pete. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. Jack tweets, Nick, isn't that freedom and warm weather for those of you lucky enough to have a passport to freedom? What? Isn't that freedom and warm weather for those of you lucky enough to have a passport to freedom? What does that mean? Does that make sense? Well, maybe it will if I read on. It continues, they do realise fighting over this jab with EU will just hasten the arrival of the third wave when there's younger people like myself who haven't had the jab yet.
Oh, no.
Yeah. I think we've had our third wave. I think this is our third wave, isn't it? Well, it depends what you define by a wave. I mean, if you define by a wave something that on a graph looks like a wave, then this is our third wave. We're already in our third wave, ain't we? Yeah, we're fighting with it over the jab. We're being particularly greedy, as you would expect from our plump little PM. Isn't that right, Bodger?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
According to new figures released by the European Union on Thursday, the EU has exported more doses from the EU than it has administered to its own residents. Do you get that? They have given more doses to other countries whose populations need them more than they have given to their own residents. That's how generous they've been. You could also say that that's how stupid they've been, depending on whether you're a moral, upstanding human being or not. Depending on whether you are, whether your motivation is greed. Me. The EU has exported more doses than it has administered to its own residents. 77 million doses have shipped from the bloc since early December. 88 million have been distributed internally. 62 million shots have been administered within the EU. So they've given away 77 million and have administered 62 million. They've actually exported more than 20 million doses to us. We're not even in the club anymore. And they've given 20 million doses to us. They've given more to us than they have to Germany. 16 million to Germany, 20 million to us. And do you know how many we've exported back? 0. Not one single one. The widening gap has been exacerbated by the Swedish-British manufacturer AstraZeneca's failure to deliver on its targets for EU deliveries, prompting the EU's executive branch to introduce more curbs on vaccine exports on Wednesday. It's only us in America, I think, who are major manufacturers of this thing that have given none away at all, not one single one, and yet depended on the kindness of strangers. Stella. So anyway, did that make sense, Nick? Isn't that freedom and warm weather for those of you lucky enough to have a passport to freedom? Oh, yeah, we've had the jab and you ain't. My arm still hurts, just a bit, and it was like 3 weeks ago I had mine. Is that strange? It hurts just a little bit.
Stop whining.
This text says, if people working from home go on strike, will they have to picket their own house? I could sit in their house and picket their own nose. Let's have Essex. Hello, Helen.
Oh, hi, yeah.
Helen.
Yeah, it was just the thing, it was about the taking a pint of milk somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how old the guy was that was suggesting this, but when I was small, my mum always used to visit anywhere, like a relative, if she was going to, going to visit. Yeah. She would always feel compelled. She would take a pint of milk with her because it was a follow-on from, rationing during the war. And it was simply polite not to turn up, you had to bring a pint of milk with you, so that's what she used to do. So perhaps that's where that guy gets the thing of the pint of milk.
I bet your mum was going around to have a chat.
No, she wouldn't. It was a great big. It was kind of planned, She wouldn't just go. It would be a distance to an aunt or something.
Right, but she
would never be just around the corner.
Right, but what they would do is they'd have a cup of tea and a chat.
Yeah.
So she was taking part of the ingredients of the things.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just polite to do.
Yeah.
And then the other thing that I was going to say was the guy was mentioning about, or somebody was mentioning about milk. Why drinking milk anyway? Because it is, you're drinking from another species.
Ugh.
But it has actually got, milk has got an ingredient in it, which a kind of chemical ingredient, which is kind of mimics opiates. So it kind of, you get addicted to it. And the idea, it makes absolute sense that babies will be addicted to mother's milk because that's what they're supposed to have it. But the thing is also that same ingredient is so much more in cow's milk. So this is why people get addicted to loving pizza and, go berserk for cheese. It's because of the opiate effect of the cheese. But really, we shouldn't have it at all. It's not good for us.
Right. Okay.
Our immune system.
All right.
That was it.
Well, I'm going to eat pizza for the rest of my life, whether it's good for me or not. I don't care if I do die. Thanks a lot, Helen. Yeah, I'm on about 3 or 4 pints of milk a day now, man. But I can handle it. I'm just feeling a bit bilious at the moment, that's all. Pizza. I don't think pizza's got anything to do with cow's milk because it's buffalo milk, ain't it? Mozzarella. Thomas texts, Nick, I was on an empty train the other day. I hope Dishy Rishi doesn't send everyone back to the office. It's the only time I've ever got a seat. We've got to stop talking him or calling him Dishy Rishi. God, that's so irritating. He's not a model, he's the bloomin' Chancellor. The bloomin' Chancellor who has fashioned the worst economic slump in history. He did that. Him. It's not the virus, it's the government's reaction to the virus that's the problem. Let's have a call in... no, can't. Not now. In a minute. One more text and then going away to come back. This text says, I hate being stuck at home, unable to escape family mental health problems, but there are hundreds applying for each job. Yeah, no doubt. Which really gives the lie to that notion from Rishi Sunak that people will quit their job unless they're allowed to go back to the office. Absolute garbage. No, they won't. First of all, people love working at home, by and large. Love it. Saving money, not having to do that commute. I mean, the hours that you spend in your life just wasting it away, doing something you don't like, that's miserable and damp and cold and too hot. I mean, it's never nice, is it? The commute is never pleasant. And it's very expensive and takes so much time. I mean, even if it's only an hour there and an hour back, that's 2 hours out of your day. And you think that our business would appreciate that time, that you could be more rested and be more productive. Actually, what you would probably do with that time is work during it. You do more work at home, I betcha, than you do at the office. The only point at which I raise a finger of complaint is when you talk to people who are at home on one of those answer line things. First of all, you get through to a machine that says, we are very busy at the moment. Why are you even bothering to call us? You irritant. We'll keep you waiting on the phone for bloomin' ever, listening to Greensleeves. That'll teach her. And then you get through to somebody who's sitting at home, and I've said this loads of times, they're sitting in their kitchen, not in their office, and so they've got their I'm at home brain on, when they're not actually, in work mode. Oh, hello. How can I help you? They're drifting away mentally. And then they become a bit familiar. Calling me by my first name. I want to be called Mr., damn it. And don't say see ya at the end if you're a bank.
Thank you.
David texts, I think Boris has done really well. It's so easy to criticise. Bet you can't do better. Oh, my God. If I hear that one more time, my head's going to explode. Literally. I must have heard that a dozen times or more. Oh, he's doing his best. He has fashioned the worst outcome to the virus of any country in the world. That's actually true. That's a true fact. A combination of the most dead with the worst economic outcome in the world has Boris Johnson. Who could have predicted that electing a clown would have led to a circus? It's a mystery.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
But, people say, oh, he's doing his best. He's doing really well. Bet you can't do better. David, every single leader of every country in the world has done better. All of them. That's a fact. It's a true fact.
Affirmative.
Every single leader of every single country in the world has done better than ours. All of them. David, I have got no idea who you are or what you do for a living. You could have been heading a wet leather football your entire life and still do better than our dear leader. Keith tweet. But, it's not about results anymore. It's about fan worship. It's about we've all joined a gang. It's a cult. David is a member of a cult. And like any cult, you don't have to think anymore. You just have to follow the dear leader. Just do what he says. Don't do what he does. That's right, Al. Yeah, don't do what he does. Do what he says. And criticise anybody that, it's beyond criticising, really. Demonise anybody that dares to criticise the dear leader, because that makes them a traitor. No! Because they conflate criticising the inept and grasping and venal nature of an administration with being with hating your country. This is why they surround themselves with flags all the time, because they really want to drive that point home. If you disagree with me, look at how many flags I'm surrounded by. then you're not just disagreeing with me, the Prime Minister, you're disagreeing with your country. That's what that's all about. To negate any criticism of them, because any criticism of somebody surrounded by so many flags rather implies that you are a traitor. That's what that's about, that whole flag-tastic nature of this government now. A memo's gone round. Let's take the eye off the mountain of dead people and the giant cavernous economic hole that we've created and make it all about patriotism. And it's so blooming obvious, and it works, which is just embarrassing. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Keith tweets, I hope that ship's moved soon. I'm waiting for 10 shirts I paid £10 for on the internet. The local shop was charging £10.50. £10.50?
What?
Yeah, well, if they don't move it soon, then we're all going to feel it one way or another. I mean, we've all got stuff coming in the post, haven't we? Because we don't go out and buy anything anymore. Shops, what are they? Everybody's got a delivery, which means that everybody is receiving text messages all the time saying, your delivery will be delivered between 11:37 and 12:36 tomorrow. How can they be that precise? The van drivers must be on the sort of contract that means that they have to act with great precision. Otherwise, I bet they get fined or punished in some way. There'll be some sort of punishment if they don't meet their targets, I bet you. Which is why they're in such a blooming hurry all the time. Because I bet the targets are almost impossible to actually meet. I was going to say, are there any van drivers or delivery persons listening? You could clue us in. But of course there are, because that's pretty much all we do for a living in this country now. Deliver stuff to each other. I got, this is a public service announcement.
Warning, warning!
The text message that says that your parcel needs extra postage on it, or it will be returned to the sender, is, well, I got one, it was a scam. I was highly suspicious, but the thing is, everybody's got a parcel arriving at some point in the future, so if they're going to, cast a net, that's a pretty good one to have, because everybody's expecting a parcel. It's like Christmas every single day. Jesus' birthday all the blooming time. So if you get a message that says you need to follow this link in order to pay £2 because your postage has, or your package does not have the required postage on it, otherwise we'll send it back. And you think, send it back? So there's an ecstasy of fumbling with your thumbs trying to see how quickly you can hit that link. Don't do it unless you're absolutely sure. I tried it, and well, I didn't actually click the link. I typed the link address out on my computer, and it freaked out. It said, "Oh no! Yeah, don't go there. Whatever you do, don't do it." Stockton-on-Tees. Hello, Brian.
Yes, hello, Nick.
Yes, Brian.
Good evening.
Oh, look at the time. We've only got a minute. Isn't that? That is a shame.
You see John Claude last night?
Only got a minute. Only got a minute to talk to you. That is actually quite sad.
No, did you see it?
I didn't know.
John Claude. He was calling Ursula von der Leyen. That is the blind leading the blind, isn't it?
He was calling her what?
Calling about not to stop the export of the vaccine, since she's wrong.
Yeah.
And I mean, this bloke was absolutely useless, and he's calling her. It's good we got out of this EU, isn't it? They're a pack of clowns. We know they are. They have been for a long time. They're too slow at doing anything. And this bloke, I mean, when he turned the picture off of Jean-Claude Juncker, John Sucher, the interview on Hard Talk, you could see him having a giggle to himself. He was rambling on, didn't know what he was on about. And he's calling I mean, she's only a puppet for Macron and Merkel, isn't she? It's not her that's the export. Macron wants to do it in Merkel, really. And she's taking the flak. Just puppets for them. Can't you see that, Nick? We done right to get out, go down a different path, and it's going to be a big success. And you're going to eat your words, mate.
Well, I think eventually words we all will have to eat, particularly if they don't get that ship moved soon. Will be words for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. But unfortunately, Brian, you are fresh out of words on this show. Isn't that a shame? I'm distraught.
Oh, Gloria.
The cabbie says it's all about ducks. Duck, baby. Nick, duck update. They are now all sitting in a circle looking at each other and quacking one by one. I'm scared, he says. My wife says I should go out there, but I told her where to go. Is there a number I should call? Yeah, I think you need an exorcist. This says, did it ever occur to you that Sunak might just be trying to get everyone back into the office and get their shops somewhere back to normal? No offices and their daily trade goes out the window. No, it didn't actually occur to me, anything of the sort. I suspect that he's been lent on heavily. Well, but I know he is, because Tory party donors who are heavily into commercial property are outraged. They've stopped donating. And it is all about the money, honey. Take that away from them and they sit up straight. That's what it's all about. People who have got hundreds of millions of pounds in commercial property are looking at losing their shirts if people don't go back to their offices, because the value of those offices will plummet. And you could say, well, they could be repurposed as flats. And the problem with that is people used to like living in the centre of towns because it was near to work. But if work is wherever you live, who wants to live in a tiny little flatlet with no outside space, which is what office blocks would be? There's no balconies on an office block. And neither can you open the windows. Who would want to live in one of those if it wasn't near to where you work? If you can just work where you live, then people want to live in a house with a garden, where you can hear the birds tweet, the flora and the fauna. That's the problem. It's such a better work-life balance for most people. They never want to go back to the office. The vast majority of people who have tried working at home never want to go back. Or if at all, for maybe one day a week, couple of days a week, something like that, to check out the hot intern. Examine the inside of the broom cupboard.
Disgusting.
Awful. No, it didn't occur to me that that's what Sunak was trying to do. It's just follow the money. That's where it usually is. It's not complicated. It's not difficult. It's not a labyrinthine trail. They give money. That's it. A millionaire is not going to give a penny to a government unless they're expecting something back. I mean, you think they're doing it out of the goodness of their heart? Let's assume that some are. That they're interested in democracy. But I would expect that the vast majority of them want something back. And it seems that the smallest amount as a donation gets you the largest amount in return. Donation to the Conservative Party is probably the best investment that you can possibly make. I can't think of a better one, other than buying a winning lottery ticket. But that is fraught with danger. Even if you get one of those lucky tickets, you're still not absolutely guaranteed to win £12 million. Let's have a call in Welwyn Garden City. Hello, Daniel.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Oh, good. In approximately 22 minutes, it's going to be my birthday. I'm going to be 23.
Your birthday?
Yes.
Nobody cares.
No, I know. I was just ringing up to talk to you briefly about the newts on the line I heard about on the 11 o'clock news.
The what?
Newts, the small green reptilian things.
Oh, yeah.
Well, apparently the railway companies have trained up a couple of sniffer dogs to sniff them out when they're on the lines because they're a protected species.
Well, I was out making a coffee during the news, so this is all new news to me. What's the story?
It was the and finally story. It was sort of the bottom story.
Right.
Apparently the newts are protected and they like to run across the train tracks.
Oh, they don't want to do that.
When they're doing, what's it called, improvement works.
Right. What, the newts or the...
No, the newts.
Right. The newts are improving the trains.
Well, they probably do a better job than, But anyway, yeah, they run across the train tracks. So they've trained a couple of sniffer dogs to sniff out these newts and supposedly, I don't know, get rid of them, I guess. But what do newts smell like?
I don't know what they smell like, but they taste a little bit like chicken. I think you'll find that's accurate. Yeah, a little bit like chicken. All right, thanks for the good news, Daniel. Cheers, mate. Ta-da. 0345 6060 973. Here's that story. As though by magic. It says 2 newly trained dogs who are the first scientifically proven newt detection pets in the world. Oh, Zora Suleiman, how did you pluck this one out of the air? 2 newly trained dogs who are the first scientifically proven newt detection pets in the world have been out and about sniffing for a protected species in Hitchin. Rocky and Arnie form part of Network Rail's newest team that has been working in Hitchin to detect great crested newts, a protected species by law. The innovative method sees dogs go out on detective duty before essential works on the tracks take place next month. The dogs were trained for their world-first careers after research and trials with Atkins, Wagtail UK and Natural England. What? Great crested newts are normally found in ponds, woodlands or grasslands, but the amphibians are also able to make it onto Network Rail sites. Well, but what do they do with them? They detect them, and then what? Is it like when Jack Russells go in and root out rats in your basement? Because that's amazing. Have you ever seen that? Wow. Oh, more information. After a good sniff on the railway around the worksite, neither Rocky nor Arnie found any evidence of the great crested newt, meaning that work can be carried on as planned. Marvellous news. I think you will agree. So if they'd found them, that means that we can't have a rail track there anymore. Is that right? That seems a bit over the top, doesn't it? I mean, I like a newt just as much as the next person. But I'd rather have a train track instead. I'd rather not get delayed a moment for the protection of a newt. I mean, what you'd think that if they got onto the rail track and the train was coming, then a smart newt would be able to just off and wait till the train went by, and then, if it wants, hop back on again, wouldn't it? And if it didn't, then it would be a freshly squashed newt. But I suppose you're not allowed to do that. God, you can't do anything these days. You can't even squash a newt. You believe that?
No.
Thanks a lot, Greta Thunberg. You see what you've done? Steve Hughes. Oh, there's more. God. There's more. Do you want to hear more?
No.
Steve Hughes, Programme Director for Network Rail, said, "It's amazing to see how quickly Rocky and Arnie managed to cover the worksite in Hitchin and check if there were any great crested newts. This method will save valuable time and reduce the delays to vital improvements to the railway. As we work to protect the environment and increase biodiversity near the railway, the detection dogs will help us protect great crested newts so they can then be moved to suitable habitats." What if the dogs eat the newts? Grab them by the neck and shake them to death? I mean, have they ever met a newt? Have they been witnessed, in a newt's company? Do you even know what they would do? Maybe they'd run away. Inquiring minds are keen to find out. Hopefully we've got people on this story right now. And if there are any developments, then trust me, I won't pass them on. Oh, you're welcome. Greenford. Hello, Paul.
Hello, yeah, good show, Nick. Yeah,
thanks,
Paul.
I
work from home now because
yes.
the Old Bailey Public Gallery and the House of Lords Public Gallery is closed, so I've got to do it from home, but it's difficult, yeah.
It?
Yeah, just take down information.
What information?
Just people watching.
What?
Yeah.
You go to court to watch people?
Yeah, well, the big brain on the barristers.
You go to court to watch the barrister's big brain?
Yeah, in action, yeah.
And you call that work?
Well, yeah, I'll get money from the government. Yeah.
I seriously doubt that. What for? Just being you?
Yeah, just...
Not for the actual noting down and the watching the big brain or anything, or going to court and sitting in
House
the gallery
of Lords as well. Yeah,
and the House of Lords and peering at their various doings.
Yeah,
you don't get money for that.
Online shopping.
You would in fact get money if you didn't do that.
Yeah,
they would probably prefer that you didn't do it.
Yeah, but online shopping. I've got a book on British intelligence coming and Lethal Weapon 2. If I order them now on DVD, yeah.
Okay, well, I would closely scrutinise that book on intelligence, Paul, because, it might have some information that comes in useful. 0345, and I appreciate the call. Have you made any notes during the course of this call?
No.
No notes so far.
This is LBC.
It will be shortly if the current administration has its way. You may only laugh with the dear leader, not at him. Robin Chertsey says most intelligent people back Boris because they know it was his medical advisors that got it wrong, not him. Oh, my God. Wrong in every regard. No, that's completely incorrect. He got it wrong over and over and over again, and that you still support him and defend him just is amazing to me. I mean, count the ways. First of all, he didn't want to shut down, despite what the medical professionals told him to do. Well, first of all, he shut down the government body that was in place to prepare for a pandemic. That was one of the first things he did. Curiously, it was also one of the first things that his best buddy in the whole wide world, Donald Trump, did in America. Shut down the government body that would prepare for a pandemic. One of the first things he did. And then he didn't want to shut down, as medical professionals insisted that he should, back in February. He said, oh, no, we don't want to do that. And then, of course, he missed all of his COBRA meetings and didn't prepare because he was too busy, organising his love life. Missed emergency meeting. I mean, the clue's in the name.
Warning!
It's an emergency meeting. No, he didn't want to do that. And then he stood up and said he'd been on a ward full of COVID patients and he shook hands with everybody, which was the opposite of what the scientists were telling him to do. And then he axed widespread coronavirus testing. This is a year ago he did that. And then he locked down too late against the advice for scientists. And then again, talk about not learning from your lessons. Then he did it again in September. The same thing. And the scientists were telling him to protect those people in care homes. And did he?
No.
No. Of course not. Why would he? And continue to allow people to fly in here from here, there, and everywhere, baby. Other, more sensible countries were closing their borders. I thought that was the whole reason that we had to exit the EU. Borders. Left them wide open. People just waltzing in. And, of course, we didn't have enough PPE. Should have had. A well-stocked health service would have had enough that we didn't have to pay 10 times the price from various people who have absolutely no experience of providing it. No medical professional told him to do that. Wasn't his medical advisors that told him to do that. He did it. And then he opened the schools for one day, despite everybody telling him not to. Not to mention the Test and Trace app, which is costing, £37 billion for something that doesn't work. And contract testing still doesn't work.
Contact tracing.
And Boris Johnson said there was not much point in wearing masks, despite his medical experts yelling at him that the contrary was true. And then he backed up Dominic Cummings. which was the moment at which a large part of the country thought, yeah, you know what? No. If none of these rules apply to you lot, then why do they have to apply to us so strictly? And his dad? And eat out to help out? Which medical professional told him to eat out to help out? But, apart from that, Rob, yeah, you're right. Yeah, you've thought about that a lot. Sarah in Putney texts, Nick, will you and your Ramona callers give it a rest and get over it? How can you defend that racket after the shoddy way it treats us? Please. You whinging lot only like democracy when you win, otherwise you sulk non-stop, says Sarah in Putney. Sarah, you've won nothing. This is what absolutely slays me about you people who cling to the idea that you've won something. You've been persuaded to vote for something that's not in your interests. Obviously, every indicator so far, unless it's still too early. And if that's the case, then tell me at which point it will cease to be too early to tell. Every indicator, all of them so far, indicates that we've lost massively because of it. You've won nothing, Sarah, apart from the ability to live your life in comfortable delusion. And calling the EU a racket after the shoddy way it treats us. Again, they've sent us, 20 million vaccines, and we've sent them 0. Hoarded them all for ourselves. But apart from that, painful. Liverpool.
Hiya.
Portugal. Is your name Portugal?
Yeah, hiya, Nick. We've spoken before.
Oh, yes.
Nick, I wanted to mention the travellers, how they're doing, the travelling people, the community.
Right.
The jippos and that. Well, how are they doing with COVID going on, travelling around the country? Because, there's all kinds of new laws coming in. They've got to be on the road 6 to 8 weeks and keep all their, receipts of their petrol and where they landed. And if they land on the side of the street somewhere, it's a civil case against them. But you see, the thing is, they get called pikeys, which is an actual slur word, pikey. Yeah. It means dirty, gypsy.
Right, but why would you say it though?
Well, the reason why I'm saying is this is made by the system. They're not allowed to have a fire anymore, They can't burn their rubbish. They can't sit around anywhere because is owned by the elite who won't give them permission to land on their land.
Right, well, if it's their land, why would... Okay, but I don't know where that was coming from or where it was going to, but, I do know one thing, that it's not a path down which I want to go. But anyway, thanks a lot, Portugal, if that is indeed your name. I've never talked to anybody called Portugal before. Seems like an odd name to choose, Portugal. Why are you called Portugal? Portugal. You're not listening to me anymore. She's got the phone on still. Listening to me on the radio, not realising there's a 7-second delay. She'll be with us shortly. Too late. Derek texts, so Bojo was painting bananas. I wonder if it was a straight one. Yeah, thank goodness we aren't in the EU. What were there? I can't remember whether it was straight bananas or bendy ones they were forcing on us. Either way, it tasted like a banana, I bet ya. Tasted like a banana. Blimey, dear, where do I even start? Sue in Ashford texts, Nick, why didn't you donate your vaccine to the EU if they're so hard done by? Oh, my God. Why don't you go back to another country if you don't like it here? Yes. Put me in a dinghy and push me out to sea. Let me drown, yes. What's wrong with people these days? That should be a topic that occupies us for now until the end of time. What the hell is wrong with people? Why didn't you donate your vaccine to the EU if they're so hard done by? Well, I'll just pop it in the post and address it to the EU. Shall I, Sue? God. Sue can vote. That's an indication of why we're in this situation, eh, Bodger?
I can't comment on that.
0345 6060 973. Poplar. Hello, Adam.
Hi, good morning.
Adam.
I just want to make it clear, I'm not a Remainer. I voted for Brexit. I voted for Boris. And around 2 weeks ago, he apparently gave a Zoom conference to railway contractors and train companies. And he said, don't worry, things will be back to normal in 3 months. They'll all be on the trains. And when I read that, I thought, this guy's delusional. I mean, really delusional. I mean, he doesn't seem to understand anything that's going on, you know?
Well, what occurs to me is that they will enact some sort of law that forces us to go back, because it wouldn't be such a stretch, would it, given that we are now living in a country where it's illegal to demonstrate against the regime.
Yeah, it's getting very strange. I mean, you're quite correct. I mean, to be honest, you ask some really intelligent questions, but at the moment...
Wow, that doesn't sound like me.
People don't seem to understand the consequences of what's going on.
No, well, I'll tell you the reason why. The reason why is that people actually like the idea of a strongman dictator. They actively enjoy the prospect of being led by a dictator. I can prove it.
He U-turns. As soon as he gets opposition, he U-turns. That's not a dictator. That's a fool. That's just an idiot.
Right? No, he is the fool at the front, waving his arms around, distracting you from the nature of what it is that we're dealing with here. I mean, you can't get around it. If we are now in a country where you are not allowed to protest against the government, or they can just at a whim decide on what you can and cannot protest about, then that's a pretty alarming place to be in. And if I told you that that's where we'd be 2 years ago, you wouldn't have believed me.
Believe it.
No.
I'll just say one more thing. As for his popularity, I think it's defying gravity, but in the end, the economic consequences of the situation we find ourselves in, I think it'll do for him. That will do for him. Either that or the wallpaper.
Well, people keep thinking, well, that can't... that must mean that his popularity will wane, but he seems to be not subject to gravity.
Yeah,
and I think it's the Clown Act. Well, you say that, but they will also have up their sleeve, always have up their sleeve, the EU to blame for anything. And you can see it coming through in some of the texts and emails that I've written tonight. They're blaming the EU for being mean to us. That's the story that we're being persuaded to believe, that anything that goes wrong with the border crossing or the fish or the cheese or stuff coming back and forth is not the direct consequence, the obvious and predictable consequence of us leaving a trading bloc. It's the EU being mean to us. So that will be the excuse for anything in the future. And there's fans will love that, because that's what they have in mind, is that it's the big bully over there, and we are the plucky underdog who will win in the end.
Yeah, that's true. But I just think ultimately it'd be the red wall. You know, the Labour voters who voted for the Conservatives for the first time.
Yeah,
I think they'll be the ones, once they get disillusioned with this clown, and I'm one of them. Once they get disillusioned with him, he's gone. That's all I hope.
Well, okay. Well, he's got a few years in order to right that, and I suspect that one of the things that he will do just before the general election is to give the nurses and specifically the nurses, a whopping great pay rise. I predict 10%, something that will really catch the headlines. He'll say, well, we've, only under a Conservative administration have we righted the economy to the point that I, Boris Johnson, can now gift the nurses a 10% pay rise to demonstrate the love that I feel for their precious NHS. I bet you betcha, just before the next general election, the nurses will get a pay rise. I mean, he's not going to give them now, because there's ages before the next general election. Loads of time to go. But thanks a lot, Adam. 0345 6060 973. Fiona in Devon says, my grandmother was one of 7. The only son was Albert, and the girls were Gertrude, Ida, Ada, Fan, Maud, and Mildred. Wow. Isn't that... It's extraordinary how names go in and out of fashion, and your entire family is out. Gertrude, Ida, Ada, Fan, Maud, and Mildred. I bet the mum was permanently confused as to which one it is she was calling, particularly Ida and Ada. She'd be like, Gertrude, Ida, no, Ada, no, Fan, no, Maud, no, Mildred, no, Albert. Give them numbers. People, like, if you've got 7 kids, just give them numbers, surely. The order in which they appeared. John in West 12 says, Nick, I turned off the TV as it's yet another repeat, so I'm watching the foxes playing in the street and listening to you as I need a laugh. Yeah, those foxes should get a room.
Disgusting.
I mean, the noise they make when they're, doing it.
Dreadful.
Isn't it shocking? And there's so many of them, so they must be doing it a very large amount indeed. I mean, it takes me not a long time to drive back from here, and every single night I see at least 4 or 5 foxes dashing in front of the car. Idiots. I mean, I suppose at that time of night there's not much traffic on the road, and they feel a little bold, I suppose it's by natural selection. They are fearful of cars because the ones that aren't get run over a lot. So they're not around to, do it. But do they have to make such a noise? God, it sounds like a baby's being killed. Please. 0345 6060 973. Let's have a call in Brighton. John.
Hello there, Nick.
John.
Yeah, a couple of things. Yeah. That contract chasing clip from Boris.
Yes.
I'm sure if you play it enough, he's going to say it correctly one day.
Contact tasting.
He's going to get there
testing,
one day.
Tracing. Forgive me. Contact tracing.
Yeah. No, I don't think he's ever going to get it.
Or Rees-Mogg, your friend Rees-Mogg can sort out a proper clip for you one day. Yeah, and about the newts, I hope the dogs don't do what happened to Freddie the Seal on Hammersmith.
Oh.
Did you hear about that? Freddie the Seal?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think so.
Well, if they're sniffing around for these newts and don't end up eating them and end up at the dog's dinner.
Yeah, I bet a newt actually doesn't taste very nice. It's probably a bit slimy on the outside. What it's like on the inside, I have no idea.
Yeah. Yeah, but also, but I think, it's not looking good, because I think it could be the end of the world with this container ship blocking the Suez Canal. Everything's stuffed up, blocked up,
bunged up,
and everything people have ordered and you've ordered online from China.
Exactly.
Is all delayed, and who knows when it's going to arrive.
It's all bugged up. Maybe they should give it some tunes.
Yeah.
That'll clear it up. Toot sweet.
Yeah, it's funny watching them trying to dig out the front of off the sandbank.
It doesn't look like much of a canal, really, does it? It's just like a little river going through sand.
Yeah. You wonder how all the water stays there. It doesn't all just leak out. But also one other thing, I was watching a clip on a ship's captain commenting on this story.
Yeah,
and he was on one of the news channels. He was on one of these Zoom calls, and he was waving his hands all over the place. I just wonder, when you're doing your show, you're not waving your hands around all over the place.
No, certainly not.
No, this guy, it was quite funny to watch. You wonder what was going on. He was sort of doing his Zoom call, commenting on this story, and his hands were all over the place.
Right, maybe he was a journalist for the BBC, because a memo's gone around and they all have to wave their arms all over the place every time they're talking to camera. They're on a bike riding towards the camera, or waving flags, or doing star jumps or something, just to keep our attention. Because nobody can pay attention to anything anymore for more than about 5 seconds. It's the internet. Thanks a lot, Tim Berners-Lee. You see what you've done? Cheers, John. 0345 6060 973. Trevor Turner writes on Facebook. Trevor Turner. Any relation to Tina? He says, my wife's name is Nora. She married me because her last name used to be Bone. Oh, my God. Listeners with material.
Oh, no. This is LBC with Nick Abbott.
Wait.
I can't wait another moment. I must talk to Steve in Hereford. Yes, Steve?
Greetings, Nick. It's actually in Hertford.
Oh, Hertford and Hereford. Yes. How are you?
I'm absolutely fantastic, but that's only my opinion. However, just a gentle thing for Brian in Stockton-on-Tees.
Yes.
I suspect, and he may like doing it, he probably has the Cross of St. George, which is in exactly 4 weeks' time, St. George's Day.
Is it?
Yes. But
I can't wait to ignore it like everybody else in this country.
That's right, but poor chap Brian in Stockton, he must know this fact, that George died on the 23rd of April in, the beginning of the 4th century, 1303, and he was a soldier conscripted into the Roman army as they traipsed across the whole of what is now Europe, and his parents were Greek, and it was in the part of the country then which is now known as Turkey, and the Cross of St. George was adopted about 800 years later, so that the English ships who paid, the monarch paid, for their ships to be protected from the invading northwest Italian army, I suppose it was. And Brian he'd love this. It had nothing to do with any part of the English territory.
Yeah.
And, I hope that
Well, what
Brian,
could possibly be more British than that?
Well, of course. I mean, and you and I just love going to fabulous place in Europe.
Well, name me one thing that is associated with Britain that is actually owned by somebody or a company that's based in Britain. That's a British company. And name me, I double dare you, one thing.
No, I can't do that.
So it's a good job that our national saint, what do you call it?
Turkish.
Yeah, is a little bit Turkish, a little bit Italian, a little bit Spanish, a little bit here, there, and everywhere, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Brian must have Stockton-on-Tees, and he must be so proud and absolutely engorged in waving.
Really?
Disgusting. However, fantastic show, Nick.
Yes, thanks a lot, Steve.
And I thank you, and you for the Prime Minister. And I'm going to have a crowdfunding for you.
Right, okay, I'll do it. All right, cheers, mate. Ta-da, 0345 6060 973. I bet it becomes the law that we have to actually acknowledge that it's our patron saint's birthday or death day or whatever the hell it is. Because previously it just goes by and nobody's remotely interested. But the Irish one, of course, well, for a special reason.
Booze.
It gives you an excuse to imbibe a lot of drink with a special dye in it, and then everyone's doing the Huey Green. All over the place. But St George's Day comes and goes and nobody's any the wiser. But I bet that this government now, wrapping themselves in the flag as they are, oh my God, I bet we'll have to stand outside our house and give them a round of applause or salute. Everybody must maintain an erect position. And if you're found with less than 36 flags on your person at any one time, then you are in big trouble. Huge. We want to see your papers. Lorraine texts, Nick, we're not the only adult species that... Oh, no, wait. Back up. We are not just the only adult species that drinks milk, but also milk belonging to another species. Disgusting, she says.
Dreadful.
Oh. Well, you didn't have to spell it out for us, Lorraine. That's awful. I mean, at least we don't take it directly from the carton it comes in, At least we have a farmer person who squishes it out of a cow's bottom and then puts it in a milk carton. If that makes you feel any better. It's an educational show, this, isn't it?
No.
Not really. Let's have Christchurch. Phil.
Hello. On the subject of contact tasting,
yes,
Richie Sunak should have another Eat Out to Help Out scheme.
Good.
Because Europe is dependent on a fat particle which we export to use in their Pfizer vaccine.
A fat particle?
Yes. It's in some nanoparticle or something, but it's a fat particle, basically.
Right.
And it's vital to the Pfizer vaccine. So if Ursula Underwine, or whatever her name is, wants to play silly buggers, we could play silly buggers and not give them this particle for their Pfizer vaccine.
Right. Okay, well, you've obviously given that a lot of thought, Phil. And as soon as any other thought occurs to you, I want you to let me know straight away. So I say we export a fat particle. I'm thinking of one right now. Hey, Bodger.
I can't comment on that.
I think there's at least one fat particle that we could do without. Put it in a crate. Pop it over. Why not? You're welcome.
Thank you.
Gerald in Bristol says, only two comedians have ever ruffled their hair before going into character, Boris Johnson and Ken Dodd. That's exactly right. Ken Dodd used to do the exact same thing. It's his act. That's the reason why his popularity goes ever upwards, because people have bought into his act. And, like I said before, there's a significant number of people in this country who and it's not a relatively new phenomenon. It's, I guess it is relatively new. People do yearn for a dictator to come in and really stick it to the Liberals. Small L. Stick it to people who keep reminding them that, things aren't going particularly well and they might not have made the right choices in life. The people who grumble, you lost, get over it. As they look at their ruined future. How's the fishing industry doing, by the way? Any comments, Nige?
I'm a nutcase.
Anything at all? The UK public is increasingly disenchanted with MPs and government and ever more willing to welcome the idea of authoritarian leaders who would ignore Parliament, a long-running survey of attitudes to politics has shown. This is a survey from 2 years ago, before COVID. Amid the Brexit chaos, overall public faith in the political system reached a nadir not previously seen in the 16-year history of the Hansard Society's audit of political engagement, lower even than at the depths of the crisis over MPs' expenses, which seems like small beer today, don't it? Nothing at all. Almost 3/4 of those asked said the system of governance needed significant improvement, and other attitudes emerged that challenged the core tenets of our democracy, the audit's authors stated. The study compiled annually by the Democracy Charity found that when people were asked whether, quotes, Britain needs a strong ruler willing to break the rules, 54% agreed, only 23% said no. I've been saying this for a good long while. I didn't realise that there was actual real-life information, numbers, yet. I just got a sense of it, from talking to people on the phone. I did feel, and I've said this out loud on the air, and precious few people have disagreed with me, really. Maybe no one's actually listening.
Correct.
But I do get the feeling that there's a significant number of people who want a strong-armed dictator to come in and lock those people up who are traitors, who are saying things against this government, and that is traitorous. Those people. That's why the government are wrapping themselves in the flag, is because they want it to appear to their fans as though to disagree with the government is to attack the country. Even if what you're doing is trying to save the country by attacking the government. I mean, if you're living in a country now where you're not allowed to protest, where the government has given itself the right to eliminate all protests it doesn't like the sound of, then I think I think the point at which we should become alarmed is in the rearview mirror. But, we've got a guy at the front who's got funny hair and he boggles his eyes and he grins a lot. He's always with a smirking. The whole lot of them have got a smirk on their face that's permanent. And I've said this before, but I think it's because they know they're getting away with it. They're getting extra points. 42% of respondents agreed with the idea that many national problems could be dealt with more effectively if the government didn't have to worry so much about votes in Parliament. 42%. And you think, you look at, South American dictatorship, you look at America, with what it's just recently gone through.
I can be more presidential than anybody.
And you think, that would never happen here. It's happening here. The public are already on side. All they need is the right person to come along. Maybe the right person has come along.
Here we go. Okay.
I mean, I can't remember who said it, but they were very wise and prescient. And they said that, fascism does not kick the door in with big, heavy boots wearing a long leather coat. They come in with a smile and say that they want to make the country great again. And they want to protect you from people who want to attack you. And that bloke over there has taken your biscuit. I'm going to get it back for you. That's how they come in, as your friend. And if they've got a funny act as well, that's all to the good. This is not a new thing. It's not a new phenomenon with Boris and the current administration, and nor is it a new phenomenon with Trump. It exists already in large numbers, in worryingly large amounts among the general population. We want a dictator to stick it to the enemy, who are those among us that disagree with how we think and act. I'm alarmed. How about you? A little bit.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Nick Abbott.
Hang about, Nick. Listen. Now, what I'm trying to say to you is this, Nick, right?
Glenn in Tipton texts, Nick, you need to get real. The EU's vaccine debacle has been worth the price of Brexit alone. How many lives have been saved through our strategies? Oh, Glenn, where do I even begin? Well, first of all, small point, there's no point in vaccinating all of us if the rest of the world isn't vaccinated too, because we'll just end up right back where we started. Second, we could have done everything that we have achieved within the European Union. There's absolutely no rules to stop us. Zero. And third, you're not doing yourself a favour when you compare us to other countries. because we have a combination of the most deaths and the worst economy, not just in Europe, but of any major nation on Earth. But apart from that, 0345 6060 973. Rickmansworth. Hello, Keith.
Hello there. Hi, Nick, all right?
Yes, good, thanks.
Well, by the way, that caller you had about talking about fat particle.
Oh, yes.
It's lipids. Lipids. We manufacture most of the lipids. You may not have known that.
No, I didn't. I do know that we specialise in fat particles.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, lipids is what it is, and they know that in Europe, and they're worried about us, putting a ban on exporting lipids over to Europe, and that's why they're being a bit careful with us.
Right.
Now, look, as far as Bozo the Clown is concerned, the reason he's doing so well is, there's two reasons. One, we've got all the press are against anything progressive.
Yes.
As Jeremy Corbyn unfortunately found to his cost.
Right. Which is probably the reason that Keir Starmer is...
No, the reason that Keir Starmer's doing so badly is he's a bloody lousy leader.
Well, no, what I was going to say is it's probably the reason that Keir Starmer hasn't actually said anything of any note contrary to what the government's position on anything is. Just like I agree with Boris.
He doesn't say anything with verve. There's no passion behind anything he says. He reminds me very much of Hugh Gaitskell. It was probably a bit before your time. But Hugh Gaitskell was exactly that type. And the world's moved on since Hugh Gaitskell and Keir Starmer. He's not going to win against Boris Johnson in 2024. And Boris will win. The fight will be to make sure that Keir Starmer steps down and we get a decent leader to replace him. One who's not anti-socialist like Starmer is. He's totally anti-socialist. I mean, Long Bailey, she was a harmless soul. And he made sure he got rid of her. Because she was in favour of some of the policies that Corbyn enunciated. And that's a mistaken attitude. That's out of date. He's completely out of date. And the sooner the Parliamentary Labour Party are absolute shower. So we need the membership of the Labour Party to wake up and elect a decent leader. Someone who's not anti-socialist.
Yeah, I don't know about it being a shower, but I do know that they are invisible. I bet that most people in the country couldn't name any of them.
Well, no, I could hardly name them, and I'm meant to know about these things. No, they are a shower. The Parliamentary Labour Party did not give Jeremy Corbyn the backing that he needed. It wasn't just the press. It was also his own party, because they're all solid anti-socialists. And I'm afraid...
Well, what's incredible is, I mean, we've just had this, the powers of the Coronavirus Act. They voted on keeping them in place into autumn.
Yeah.
And a greater percentage of the Labour Party voted with the government than the actual Conservative Party.
Yeah, I could believe that.
It's 87% of Labour MPs supported the motion.
That just confirms what I said.
And 87% of Labour, only 83% of Tory MPs. The Conservative Party is both the party that is leading and the opposition.
That's why they've got the smirk on their face you were talking about, because they know they've got a lousy opposition.
They're getting away with it.
They're getting away with it. Now, we get someone like Dan Carden or Laura Pidcock as leader, then you'll find that there's a return to some understanding and some socialism. And the trouble is, of course, they'll find some reason to sort of pillory her and say, she's anti this or she's,
But, you say the word socialism and you've instantly lost at least 60% of your audience because they hear socialism and then they think socialism is somebody coming in and taking their stuff.
Yeah, that's until there's mass unemployment. And Richie, what do you call him, Dishy Richie?
I do not call him that. I find it highly irritating that anybody does. It's because nobody can think of anything else that rhymes with Rishi Sunak.
Yeah, I think it's a good one actually. But I think we aren't going to escape mass unemployment, and when it comes, then you'll find people will turn towards, as they always do, Well, the trouble
No,
is
I don't think that's right. I think they will turn towards a right-wing dictator type who can stick it to the enemies of the people, who will be the unemployed because they sit at home with their feet up, smoking dope and drinking Stella all day, and they're taking your money.
Have you heard of Rosa Luxemburg?
Yes.
Right. Rosa Luxemburg had it in a nutshell when she said, in the end, it'll be a choice between socialism or barbarism. You're right. There is a danger of barbarism.
Yeah.
That could happen.
Mm-hmm.
So I think when people are faced with that, they'll realise that Jeremy weren't so bad after all.
Or they'll be persuaded that the reason that they're not having the glorious life that they imagine for themselves is because of that small, easily identifiable group of people over there. And then we'll be going down a very dangerous path, which I think we're some way down already.
Well, I think that's right. I think it's very dangerous. And I think it's very important that we're not the Labour Party is not anti-socialist, because if the Labour Party continues to be anti-socialist, the leadership continues to be anti-socialist, well, there's no chance of us winning any elections.
You see, the problem with the word socialist is that people don't really understand what it is that we're talking about. Socialist countries that are small L liberal socialist democracies, are the happiest countries in the world.
I know.
They always come at the top of the World Happiness Index, and I know it's an easily dismissible thing.
My son is married to one of those.
Right, one of those. Well, lucky old him.
Yeah, he's married to a Finn.
Right.
And their system is high tax, but everybody gets looked after.
Correct. And so people's lives are more secure. There's a bigger safety net.
That's right. Well, we're a million miles away from that.
And everything that comes with that makes for a more comfortable existence.
Yeah.
It's more sharing and less winner takes all. The only countries, the two biggest countries that go along the winner takes all principle, America and us. And we are never anywhere near, either of us, the top of the World Happiness Index.
Well, there's only two countries that have any consequence in the world now, and that's China and the USA.
Right, but let's ignore that and just talk about us for a while. The reason that...
Well, we're nothing. We're just a petty little country.
I'm aware of that, but we live here, and it's a pretty damn good country. It's just not the country that people have in their imaginations as those, with the map turned pink and empire and all that nonsense.
Yeah, and all that crap.
We still have not got used to our diminished place in the world, which is no bad thing. We're a small island off Europe. Let's just get used to that, shall we?
We do have a wonderful national anthem, mind you.
Oh, God. That painful dirge. But
you must never lose that clip.
Oh, no, I know. Yes, I know. You'd never be able to replace it, would you?
No, you really wouldn't.
Irreplaceable. Yeah. All right. Good work. Thanks a lot, Keith. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, I know that that happiness seems like a silly thing to think is important, but it's the only thing that is important. I mean, you spend your entire life, on the hamster wheel, furiously running and running and running just to stay in the same place, and you end up on your deathbed, and you think, well, what was the point of that then? But if you spent your life happy, then that's the point. You end up being a millionaire because you've just been working and working and working, and you were miserable the entire time you did it. Well, what's the point of that? This winner-takes-all mentality, this sort of dangling of the carrot in front of all of us, that if you work really hard, then someday all of this could be yours. Those rules are written by the people who have already won. It's not an even game. It's a rigged system. Just look at the front page of the Sunday Times from, last week? That's the system that we have. The system is written by and for the people who have already won. If you are not rich at birth, it's vanishingly unlikely you will ever be rich. So this winner takes all, it's selling people the idea that, anybody could make it. Well, technically, that's true. Just like anybody can buy a winning lottery ticket. But it's not very likely, is it? People who... You can't sell this idea to people because they immediately retract back into their shells. Just pay a bit more in tax, and as long as it's spread about for the good of the people, rather than blown on weapons of mass destruction given to the defence industry, which is actually the attack industry, or it's given to mates of the PM or donors, then that's all for the good of the people. And things for the good of the people make the country happier. I mean, does this seem like a happy country to you? No, it's riven with absolute puce-faced fury. Just look at the headlines in the newspapers all the time. Fury. It's the most commonly used word in headlines in the right-wing press. Fury. Now, if we were a happy nation, they wouldn't be selling newspapers by peddling fury. People would be like, fury? That's not me. Well, I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I be furious at somebody putting up a statue of a climate change protester? Fury? No, I'd applaud her work. But no, we are furious. Absolutely apoplectic we are. Clenched fists, steam coming out of our ears, furious. And does it make us happy? God, no. Glenn in Tipton says, oh no, brother. Edna, you must be, I don't know, I'll just guess, 150 years old. Am I close? Edna says, just wanted to let you know my middle name is Edna and I'm 45. Oh. And my mam's called Edna and she is 70. Thanks, says Edna. No, thank you.
Thank you.
Gary in Cardiff says, I'm currently a parcel delivery driver. I used to be an opera singer, singing around the world. Now I deliver parcels around Cardiff, meeting my time slots. Opera house to warehouse. What a way to run a life, eh?
Dreadful.
Oh. I feel like the air's just been taken out of me. I've been deflated. That's awful. If that's true, that's awful. And it's not the virus, it's the government's reaction to the virus. Things that used to be highly valued are now valueless. I mean, I really fervently hope that we can just emerge out of this like, a butterfly from its cocoon. But I seriously doubt it. But if we do, then it would be utterly marvellous if all of us went on an absolute mad spending spree and spending on all of the things that we haven't been able to so far. Not with internet giants. Stop buying stuff from them. No, I mean local people. Local businesses. Stay away from the chains. Supermarkets have done fantastically well. Theatres, stuff like that, I mean, I can't say I'll be at the front of the queue to the theatre, but it's important. If we ever want tourists to come back to this country, then Her Majesty's not going to bring them back. She never did. Theatres, that's what will do it. That's what people come here for. Theatres, galleries, the flora and the fauna, that stuff. Matt says, do you really expect me to believe that Brian from Stockton-on-Tees is a genuine person? There's no way that he can be real. I just don't buy it, says Matt. Yeah, well, I don't think that his various protestations are real. He just wants a fight, as evidenced by the one time that I didn't give him one. I just sat doing a Mrs. Faulty. What's her name? What's Basil's wife called? Eh?
Sybil.
And I was just sitting there going, oh, I know. And he ran out of juice quite rapidly. Go on, disagree with me. Derby, hello, Tim.
How you doing?
Good, thanks. Yes, fine.
Yeah, I thought I'd give you a call because when you was talking about the authoritarianism of the planet, my other half's Polish, so it's fantastic because you get a different kind of news from, it's just amazing, when you read French news or Polish news or whatever, you get real news, but British news, there's nothing in it. And there was a nice article. Yeah, there was a nice article. It was just about well over 60% of the world population is living under authoritarian rule.
Right. Well, sort of China tips the scale quite significantly, doesn't it? Yes.
Yeah, it does. But yeah, it was just fascinating because obviously America is nearly there. I do believe that Donald Trump wants the power of Xi Jinping.
Absolutely. Well, he wants the power and the money of Vladimir Putin. That's who he loves the most.
Exactly, and I'm in 100% agreement with you in terms of the way we're heading as a nation.
Yeah, it's alarming.
It's sad. It really is sad because again, my other half is Polish, and he keeps telling us about just be careful because obviously they've seen it. In that part of the world, that history.
Yes.
In the East, they've seen it, and it's people being blasé and. But, like I say, it comes through the back door, doesn't it?
But people are actively yearning for it. I think they want. It's like they want to go back to school and have the cane again.
Exactly.
They want to see people they don't like get punished.
Yes, and somehow think that they'll be exempt from punishment.
Of course, that's the biggie. Absolutely.
That is the biggie.
Yeah.
It's just fascinating. It really is fascinating. Really,
well, I just looked up.
The last 5 years have turned out.
Absolutely, yeah. It's really alarming where we're going.
Yeah.
And of course, in times of great economic privation, then it's even more likely that that people will embrace a strong-armed dictator who will promise to, make Britain great again, for instance.
Yeah. I mean, Boris is a bit of a clown, isn't he? But again, I just think it's the machine. It's the machine behind him that's running things, really.
He's the distraction engine at the front, waving his arms around and with the twinkly eyes. The actual business is being conducted in the shadows behind him.
Exactly, I mean, you did great for the country in 2012, but that was a clown act. That's exactly what we needed for the Olympics. We needed a clown.
The Olympics, yeah.
The Olympics, I'm talking, the face.
I still can't believe that somebody let him down off that zip wire. I want the name of the person that let him down off the zip wire. He could still be up there. All right, thanks a lot, Tim. I did look up signs that you're living under an authoritarian regime. It's a little bit alarming. Systematic efforts to intimidate the media. Yes. Defund the BBC. Over and over again. Building an official media network. Well, I mean, they want to repurpose it, and there's new ones coming in, which I think will just echo government talking points. Politicising the civil service, yes. Using government surveillance against domestic political opponents, well, not so far. Using state power to reward corporate backers? Yes, absolutely. I mean, is there any question about that? Using state power to reward corporate backers. I mean, that seems to be their primary function. Stacking the courts. Well, they've hobbled the courts by serially underfunding them so that if you actually have for something you need to go to court for, well, you're fresh out of luck. You'll be an OAP by the time your case comes up. Enforcing the law for only one side. Well, yes, as in one law for them and one law for everybody else. Rigging the system. I think the system is has been pre-rigged for their convenience. Fear-mongering. Well, you bet. Yes. I mean, have we not been frightened inside for a year now? Fear-mongering. Demonising the opposition. Yeah, let's remember how they were treated Uncle Jezza. I mean, practically the devil incarnate they painted him. Boris Johnson will make his debut appearance in Downing Street's newly completed White House-style press briefing room next week as the PM prepares to unveil a new government coronavirus slogan. We're going to get a new slogan. What will it be? Something with 3 parts, perhaps? How about Don't Blame Me, or Doing My Best, or No Protest Allowed? Something like that. Any thoughts, Bodger? No. Downing Street has confirmed the work on its £2.6 million media room in number 9 has now been completed, and it looks £1,000 tops. 40 quid for the paint, 500 for the lectern, and the rest on bits of coloured cloth on a stick. Very patriotic, bits of coloured cloth on a stick. We lead the world in bits of coloured cloth on a stick. You only know that you are dealing with a regime that is truly patriotic when they surround themselves with bits of cloth on a stick, and anyone who says otherwise is an enemy of the people. Mr. Johnson will use the room for the first time on Monday as he hosts a press conference to update the nation on how fantastically he has performed during this pandemic, better than any other country, if you don't count the dead or the collapsed economy. After the inaugural address, the 2.6... Seriously, how did they spend £2.6 million on that room? Explain that to me, I double dare you. How? After the inaugural address... That's a bit too posh, really, for him, isn't it? There's no way that he could do an address. He could just bumble his way through, you know, ruffle his hair. Do that. Address, it's a bit too, I don't know, formal. I'd like to see him in a dress. Just come to think of it, I would actually like to see Boris Johnson in a dress. Hands up, who's with me? Let me count. Everyone! Go on, Bodger, give it a go. After the inaugural address, the £2.6 million room... OK, I'm stuck on there. How does it cost £2.6 million? How? I would like to know. Any thoughts? £2.6 million. How do you spend £2.6 million on one room that's not lined in gold? How is that possible? I think they spent that much just in order to gaslight the nurses. We will announce the cost of one room from which to disseminate propaganda at the same moment that we refuse a pay rise for the nurses. I bet they wake up laughing. How much can we get away with today? The inaugural address from the £2.6 million room will then be used to host all future government press briefings, which will be conducted in the manner of a Donald Trump press briefing, wherein a spokesmodel who does not work for the government but answers to the Tory party will attack journalists for asking questions that are unhelpful to the regime.
Like to punch him in the face.
I think that's number 3 on the guide to how to be an authoritarian. Politicise the civil service. It's right after attack the press and squash dissent. Everybody on the radio used to speak like that, and it was Roger Scott's fault. Thanks a lot, Rog. See what you've done? Decades of people on the radio just saying, yeah, shh. So the stay alert, control the virus, save lives slogan, that's been ditched. Apparently we know what the new one is going to be. Have you heard? The new slogan to replace stay alert, control the virus, save lives, which trips off the tongue like a brick, is, you be the judge. I've decided already. The new slogan is, let's take this next step safely. Isn't that catchy?
No.
Labour previously branded the high-tech refurbishment in number 9 Downing Street a vanity project. Whoa, steady on there, Keir Starmer. Sounding very much like the opposition there. I think you meant to say, I agree with Boris. Lovely drapes. They're not drapes. They're not drapes, they're a flag. Well, you want to unfurl them? Show them off. So in March, it was stay home, protect the NHS, save lives. And then in May, it was stay alert, control the virus, save lives. And then it was save lives because we're not doing such a great job. And then it was hands, face, space. and now it's face space Boomsa-daisy, or something like that. But anyway, the new slogan's going to be released on Monday. Exciting, no?
No.
Let's take a call in the environs of Bolton.
Hello, Nick.
Yes, John.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
I'm great, mate. Are you speaking from the smallest room in the house?
I'm speaking from the toilet.
Yeah, like I said. Any chance in you exiting the toilet if you're decent?
Yes, I'll leave the toilet right now.
Yes, leave the toilet right now. There he is, emerging from the toilet.
I'm in.
Yes.
Nick, do you remember when you was working for, can I name radio stations on here without being arrested or something?
Well, was it Capital?
It was...
Don't say it, let me guess. He said it, just blurted it out. He couldn't help himself, it was in him and it had to come out. Yeah, well, I do recall it, yes.
Yeah, well, I remember you trying to ring up Robbie Vincent.
Right.
Do you remember?
No. Who? Why would I want to talk about that here? Why would you put him through? No, unless that constitutes bullying, in which case I restate my case, because we're all about the bullying now. Just taking a Priti Patel's cue. I didn't mean it, Mum. Let's have a call in Oldbury, and it's a bloke called Ranjit. Which room of the house are you in, Ranjit?
I'm in my office at work.
Oh, well, thank God for that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can go into the bathroom if you want.
Just moving the furniture. Please carry on.
Okay. Right, you know when you're going to ask the leader, Boris Johnson, how come it costs so much and this, that and the other?
Yes. How come it costs so much?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
He's going to have the answer and blame one person, Dominic Cummings. Yeah.
No, he's not going to blame Dominic Cummings. He's going to blame Jeremy Corbyn. Everything is still his fault. Bloomin' Jeremy Corbyn with his weird beard.
Well, if you want to go back to Jeremy Corbyn, Jeremy Corbyn's to blame for everything for the last 11 years.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, if only we hadn't suffered through 11 years of a Labour government under the disastrous premiership of Jeremy Corbyn, then we wouldn't be in this mess.
Yeah, and the thing is, Boris Johnson has got the biggest get-out-of-jail card, which was the pandemic. He can hide...
I had no idea where that was going. The biggest get-out-of-jail card. The briefest of pauses there had me on the edge of my seat.
Well, that's all the drama, isn't it? Because he's going to be bearing all the bad news with Dominic Cummings and say, right, it was him and he was in cahoots with Jeremy Corbyn.
In cahoots?
Cahoots, yeah, with Jeremy Corbyn.
Isn't that in India?
I don't know if it's in India, mate. I don't know where it is.
I think it is, yeah. I think I trekked through there one year.
Yeah. And then that's where Dominic Cummings is going to be. He's going to go and find himself in the Himalayas.
I don't know why you think that they are in opposition to each other. They seem to be on the same page to me. I mean, Dominic Cummings did appear before some upstart committee the other day and did appear as though he was going to say something significant, then didn't. Not to my ears, anyway.
Well, I'm not too sure on where he's going to go yet, because it depends what the brown envelope he's got in that box and see how much it's worth. Because I think it could be quite dangerous for Boris Johnson. I mean, the thing is...
Boris Johnson is like Donald Trump. Absolutely nothing sticks to that man. Zero. He's made of Teflon. Doesn't matter what he does. Doesn't matter how many people die on his watch. Doesn't matter what the economy does or how deep a hole it goes into. His popularity keeps on rising. It's like he's immune to the effects of gravity. They don't touch him.
Yep, that's because...
Hot air? Full of hot air.
Full of hot air. He's dumbed the population for years and years and years, yeah? I mean, like, all they want to talk about is all these people coming across the channel.
Yes.
They don't want to talk about all the people that are suffering, like with the bedroom tax. Has anybody thought of the bedroom tax in the last couple of years now?
The bedroom tax?
Remember the bedroom tax that Cameron brought in?
Has anybody thought about it?
Yes, it's gone in the long grass, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Now, all the things that the Conservatives have done in the last 11 years, have been brushed over just by Brexit. He's saying he's got it done, And then this new slogan that you're looking for, it's going to say it's gone. And you're going to think it's the COVID that's gone. No, it's our country that's gone. So I want Boris to put on his little thing, what's that called?
His beanie. His beanie.
His teeny weeny beanie, right? He should put on he should put there.
And sling his hook. That's what you're saying, isn't it? Yeah, I understand. All right.
It won't be long before.
But apart from that, how do you feel about him?
Well,
really great.
No, I don't. I quite detest the bloke.
Oh, I see. Well, you should have said so right at the beginning, Ranjit, because I was unsure what your position was.
No, I detest the bloke because he's making fools out of us, yeah. And then that woman he's got with him, Priti Patel, she's another one, yeah. That thinks she can whip everybody into shape, yeah.
Yeah, with good reason, because she's doing just that.
And she's got the little man syndrome, hasn't she? Right.
Well, I've got no idea what that means or how large her husband actually is. But thanks a lot for the information there, Ranjit. His call in, who's been waiting the longest? I'll go with Ipswich. Jobs.
Yes.
Is that your name?
Yes.
Jobes?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. Yes, Jobs.
I'd like to touch up on the topic of diversity, if that's okay with you?
You'd like to catch up, did you say?
Catch up.
Catch up.
Touch up.
Are you saying catch up?
Touch up.
Touch up. You want to touch up? What does that mean?
On the topic of diversity.
You want to touch up on the topic of diversity?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. All right. Right, okay then. If it fits in, if you're absolutely sure it fits into this show, go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So I'd just like to say one thing about how the curriculum in school is not widely open to diversity in itself.
What do you mean by diversity?
Studying about different ethnicities.
Oh, right.
So we don't learn much about different ethnicities and why racism isn't accepted into today's society and why it's wrong. That comes only once a year, which is most likely in Black History Month, where we'll study a particular person that has significance to Black History Month, and that's it.
Right, but is that actually a topic for school, though?
Yes. So
what do you do, though? Do you do maths, presumably? English? What else?
We do, so we'll usually study it in religious studies, RF.
Ugh. Boring, right?
Yes, it is. And we'll also study it in, maybe we'll go on about it in history as well.
Yeah.
And maybe study it in
I mean, talk about boring. History, that's the absolute worst, am I right?
Couldn't agree with you more.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of names and dates. Who cares?
Thank you very much.
See, we're on the same page here. Right, which subject do you like the best? English, I bet.
I like maths in it.
Which one?
Maths.
Maths?
Yeah.
Ugh, I bet you don't know anything about maths. I'll ask you a question. I bet you don't get the right answer.
Go ahead, shoot.
6 8s.
6 8s. Would you like me to simplify that?
Simplify it. No, I want you to answer it. Yes? 6 8s. Oh, I'm sorry, you failed this test. You get an F.
F?
Yeah. I think under the current regime, you also get to go to jail. We're going to put you in a dinghy and we're going to push you off the shore.
Oh, please don't.
Well, it's got nothing to do with me. That's the law, I'm afraid. It's beyond my control. Do you not learn your multiplication tables in maths anymore?
Well, we do.
Yeah. It's just you skip that day.
Yeah.
Right. What are 4 4s?
4 4s are
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15
20.
20 is the right answer. You're doing very well.
Isn't it 16?
No, it's 20. You got the right. Don't question it if I tell you you're getting it right. You've changed the F to a C. Do you want to shoot for an A?
Well, let's shoot for the stars.
Let's shoot for an A stars. Absolutely right. Okay. Drum roll, please. I haven't got one. What are... Very good. What are... See, you passed music as well. God, you're doing fantastically well. What are 5 fives? There you go. Easy. 5 fives. Oh, I'm sorry. It's so close.
30.
Now you're just blurting numbers out at me. 30 is close enough. I think we can do 30. And HAPPY-ness all round. You're a winner. Would you like to know what you've won?
Want to win a chicken dinner?
Do you want to know what you've won?
Yes, please.
You've won a brand new car. Brand new car is not available. Always read the label. Terms and conditions apply. But we congratulate you, and we send you off with, I don't know, a cuddly toy and some steak knives. Something like... How about a fondue set? Little bit of
I wouldn't mind that at all.
gooey cheese. Lovely. But anyway, it's been an inspiration, and I wish you all the best with your boring history and your boring religious studies and the lack of diversity in your education. You want to tell somebody about... Oh, no, you already did. Yeah. So, did this go as well as you thought it might?
Could you say that again?
No. but I do wish you all the best. Thanks a lot, Jobs. It was Jobs, everybody. Right, Nick. Patricia says, Fishy Rishi, you're welcome. These are all from last night, aren't they? It just irks me massively that people keep saying Dishy Rishi. Oh, for crying out loud. Like he's a pet or something. Dishy Rishi. I mean, I know it doesn't have anything to do with anything, but ladies, do you know how tall he is? I'm just saying. Just look it up. It's because nothing rhymes with... I thought at the time, without actually checking it or thinking about it for more than about 3 seconds, that nothing else rhymes with Rishi Sunak. But fishy is absolutely right, Patricia. God, we're doing so much good work on this show, no?
No.
Oh, is that it? Those are the only messages we've had so far? Nothing else to say? Look at him sitting in there doing absolutely zero. He's got his head in his hands, going, yeah, my work's done. God. I'm in here flogging myself to death. Let's have Yeovil. Peter.
Hi.
Yes, Peter.
How you doing?
What are 3 threes?
9.
Close enough. Close enough for jazz.
To be fair, I actually want the steak knife, so I should give you the incorrect answer.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm short of steak knives and a fondue set, so I quite like those. I got a car.
It's a call from the 1970s.
Well, I was born in 87, so
97 years old, or thereabouts. You made it.
I think
go ahead.
Financially, I'd be a lot better off if I was 97.
Well, yes, quite possibly.
Yeah. Anyway, I just phoned in because apparently you like your music and you sound like you're having a lot of fun, so I thought I'd try and contribute.
Go ahead.
Boris Johnson's anthem is "The Great Pretender" by the Platters. I don't know if you know it.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I think that's absolutely spot on.
Yeah.
The Great Pretender.
Not my idea, I have to say. I've pilfered that from a friend, but he told me, listen to the lyrics, listen to the song. That's Boris Johnson. So I did.
Well, I'll tell you what.
There's an element of truth.
An element. It's written for him specifically. I'll look it up during the break.
Holden, your call is important to us.
Your call is very important to us, even though it might not at first appear that that's the case. Fulham. Hello, Martin.
Oh, good evening.
Martin.
Yeah, like last night, you were struggling to find a nice, catchy nickname for the Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Yes.
I thought it rhymes with Slushy Eunuch.
Right.
Well, which I've always called him ever since I knew he came. He entered our lives, and I thought, what a sort of name that just was just rather naughty. It's the sort of thing that sort of maybe a naughty tabloid might bring. But then, of course, even Gavin Williamson's now got the nickname Frank Spencer, as in, ooh, Betty.
Well, yeah, but that's apropos, because he very much sounds like Frank Spencer.
I just reckon we've got the very best people in this country, much better than the French have, much better than the Belgians have, much better than the Americans have. That doesn't surprise me at all, because we're a much better country than every single one of them.
Much better than every single one of them. Isn't that right, Betty? Ain't it, Gavin? Yeah, he's unsure.
One other thing.
And another thing.
Oh, yeah, I thought another reason I called up was that, oh, God, what was it? The main thing
you're
was,
thinking...
your last caller who had the same sort of grasp of arithmetic as you did.
Yes.
I thought, well, that probably means that she's perfectly adequate to be our Prime Minister. Because she's got no grasp of figures and economics and anything, so...
Well, you keep thinking, Martin.
Yeah.
Bodger's anthem is Sharp Dressed Man by ZZ Top. Every girl's crazy about a sharp-dressed man. Yeah, right. Let's have Slough. Ugh. Avatar.
Ugh. Did you say Slough? Ugh.
I did say that, yeah. It just slipped out.
What slipped out, Nick?
Well, it's just that it's not the place necessarily, it's the name. It's like, why would they call any place Slough? I mean, it's what you do with dead skin.
Well, it was a long time ago, but I knew someone in our proud town and our proud nation. Probably, you call him Bodger, I call him Bozo the Clown.
Right. Well, I've called him that too, but I think Bodger is because, of his numerous and never-ending bodges.
That's true.
Yeah.
But, okay, you said for Slough. Bodger, Bozo, is, not far from us. Or I don't know how often he's been here.
I bet he couldn't find Uxbridge with a sat-nav.
I don't know, when was the last time he actually came to
Exactly. What's he done for the good people of Uxbridge lately?
And you don't have to come far from Uxbridge to, enter Slough.
Yeah, well, you don't have to tell me. I spent 4 years in Uxbridge. You don't have to tell me anything about that entire area. Ruislip, know it like the back of my hand.
Well, there you go. There's something in common. So you're not far from where we are in Slough.
Right.
But what I want to do, the other thing I call your friend Rishi is Rishi Rich. Because, he is much richer than
Richie Rich,
most of us.
That's right.
Rishi Rich.
Mm-hmm, Richie Rich. There was actually a banker called Rich Ritchie, which just is so on the nose. That's just ridiculous,
Well, he was a banker as well, wasn't he? Rishi.
Well, we could just call him a banker. Yeah. Or there or thereabouts. Yeah. Don't go there, Avatar. This says, what level of IQ do you think the machines will need to take over the world? Very, very low, I would think. No IQ really required. I think a machine could take over the world that has the IQ of a car wash. What level of IQ do you think the machines will need to take over the world? It used to be just above walk and chew gum at the same time, but since Trump, who knows? Since Trump, who knows?
Don't be rude.
That is rude. Yeah, I think that, any machine that can string a sentence together could take over the world in about 2 minutes flat.
Affirmative.
This says, well, Balzac rhymes with Sunak. I'm sure you could come up with something suitable. No. Balzac. Yeah, well, something like that, yeah. Any more? Monday's press briefing from Bojo's new suite will probably be just a 10-minute montage of Union Jacks with the national anthem and a backing soundtrack, says Graham from Sale. Yeah, I think you might be right there, Graham. Here is Camden. Hello, Lawrence.
Hello, Nick.
Lawrence.
I'd just like to tell you, first of all, just to start off, that, throughout this whole lockdown, you kept me going, man.
Oh.
I tune in to listen to you because, I don't know, there's some kind of, design in this madness, you know what I mean? And it's kind of, and you have it. you know, I've been talking to. I called in to speak to Ian Dale the other day, and I said a bad word about Boris. And he was like, "Why don't you go away?" I was like, so when
is that actually what he said? Is that actually what he said? Why don't you go away?
Yes, and I said to him, so when are you having dinner with Boris next? Now, listen, Boris and his, who's the, Pretty. Honestly, these people need to just leave us alone.
Yeah, why can't they just leave us alone?
I mean, honestly, it's you know, all I've been doing these days is just sitting down, listening to Elvis, and then tuning into you. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Hey, Lawrence, has anybody ever told you you sound exactly like Keith Richards?
Rock and roll!
He's my dad.
He's your dad, right. Well, that explains it. All right, thanks a lot. I can't believe that Ian Dale told him to just go away. Talking about disrespectful. Don't be rude. Don't be rude. Always maintain good manners.
Be polite!
What else? I think I've read all that. Pete, could you ask Brian in... what's that?
Could you ask Brian in Stockport to come on and answer the questions?
Who says that? You?
Pete does.
Who's Pete?
Well, Pete's in Cumbria.
Right. Well, Pete can go and take a flying leap at himself. Don't encourage him, crying out loud. Oh, did you see the expenses from the Home Office? Oh, absolutely priceless. I'll come to that in just a minute. First, here's an important call in Barnsley. Hello, Gregory.
Hello, mate.
Yes, Gregory.
Hi, mate. I'd just like to commend Bojo.
Yeah.
Hello, mate.
Yes.
Just like to speak about Boris Johnson and just commend all his great work that he's been doing.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, just big up Bojo. Fucking nature!
Yeah, right. Okay. Thanks a lot, Gregory. That's a really great call. You did really well. It was a terrific job. Very, very funny. And, you know, to the point, and it was quick. Oh, the wit was just flying off you. Priti Patel's Home Office has failed to explain a number of strange expenses filed by the department in 2020. What? In mid-February this year, migrants' rights campaigner Mary Atkinson posted a thread on Twitter revealing some entries into the Home Office expenses log. Basically, I'm baffled, Atkinson said after posting the thread. And I looked at it and I was baffled too. This was the sound of my bafflement. And I'll get to that in just a minute because the list is, it's just delicious. You remember the MP's expenses scandal, don't you? And there were some just wonderful moments in and amongst those details there, preeminent amongst which was, of course, the Duck House, a top person's Duck House. Here are some selected Home Office procurement card spending expenses. This is for last year. So presumably they get away with this kind of stuff. I mean, they managed to spend this sort of money in this manner every single year. 23rd of December, they spent £669 at Rachel's Kitchen, which is a firm that does cupcakes. £669 on cupcakes. And it gets worse from this moment on, so strap yourself in. In September, they spent £5,415.90p in Primark. And the Home Office said, get this, you'll love this. The Home Office said that this amount of money, £5,415.90 in Primark, was them buying clothes for asylum seekers. Yeah, I know, what a sense of humour. Because that's what Priti Patel wants to do, clothe asylum seekers. No, she wants to put them in a dinghy and push them back out to sea. Let them drown. There's a small point there, by the way. Primark was closed last year, and they don't sell online. But, you know, apart from that, excellent thinking on your feet. Besides, how is it possible to spend almost $5,500 in Primark? Did they buy Primark? 15th of June, £849.50 in Sports Direct. What did the Home Office get in there? In Sports Direct? Ankle socks. 2nd of April, £864 in hair there and everywhere. Hair there and everywhere. It appears to be a hairdressing salon in which the actual Home Office spent the best part of £1,000 on what? A government regulation cut and blow dry? 6th of April, £30,000 in Global Beauty Products Limited. The firm runs the store Beautiful Brows and Lashes, but also appears to sell personal protective equipment. Of course they do. Everybody sells personal protective equipment these days. In other news, Priti Patel doesn't half have impressive eyebrows, don't she?
Yes.
Yeah, 30 grand's worth, I bet. She could take down an anti-government protester at 50 paces with one flick of those magnificent facial features. 6th of March, the Home Office spent £2,022.64p in a place called Neptun Katu Terrain, which appears, and that's spelt, by the way, Neptun, there's like Neptune without the E. Katu is Q-T-U, and Terrain, T-I-R-A-N-E. T-I-R-A-N-E. Which appears to be, as you would expect, an electronics store in Albania.
What?
Albania. What's suspicious about that? I mean, who doesn't buy their electronic goods from a store in Albania? It's perfectly normal. Why would you think otherwise? On the 9th of March, they spent £1,040.69p in Folkestone Garden Centre. £1,040.69p in a garden centre in Folkestone. God, Folkestone, Albania, they certainly get around these Home Office types, don't they?
Yeah.
Did they stock up on manure that they use as answers to journalists' questions? There's so much of this. 12th of March, £3,774.29p at Pollyanna Restaurant. I mean, I don't know where that is. So I looked it up on the internet. I couldn't find one here. There's one in Jamaica, which would explain the £3,774. The bill includes the flights and the hotel. 13th of March, £919.81p in Entertainment EB. No idea. Your guess is as good as mine. It's a bit vague, isn't it? I hope it's not disguising anything salacious.
Disgusting.
In March, SP Beautiful Brows. As in eyebrows. Guess how much? £77,269. What? £77,269.40, in fact. And I don't care what anybody says, but Priti Patel's eyebrows are definitely worth £77,000 of anyone's money. They must have their own caretakers, living on site to attend to them 24 hours a day, keep them in check, train them like ivies who grow in that arching curve that says, I'm in control, that says, any dissent and you're nicked, sunshine. 26th of February, £3,952.76 in Pollyanna Restaurant. Again. Almost £4,000 in a restaurant. That's practically £8,000 in a restaurant. I mean, if it is in Jamaica, they must have gone first class. But you're worth it, ma'am. No one can undermine civil liberties like you do. Ain't that right, Smug?
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
There's more. I'll have to take a breath. Come back to it. Here is York. Hello, Jan.
Hello, Nick. How are
Jan,
you?
I'm great, mate.
Good. I've got the money to spend, eh?
Yeah, well, it's not theirs, so what do they care?
Well, no, it's ours, isn't it?
Yes.
How can you spend all that much on an eyebrow place?
It's how much do you spend on your eyebrows, Jan?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Just bought a pair of tweezers and do my own.
Right.
Now, what I rang up about was the new briefing room. I'm really looking forward to seeing it, aren't you?
Oh, I bet it's a
fantastic.
fabulous facility, yeah, with which they can disseminate truths, I'm sure.
Oh, dear. I don't know. What is it, 2.7 million?
Yeah, just about, yeah. How you can spend it inside one room? I mean, if they built a house around it, well, maybe. It'd have to be a pretty big house, though, wouldn't it?
It would, certainly would. I don't know how they do it.
They specialise in spending our money.
They
Yes.
certainly do.
Well, if it's not your money, then you don't really care, do you? And nobody's going to question them about it. No, there's no comeback on this. If, at most, if there is an inquiry, it will mean that they can just bat away all questions because they'll say, well, I don't wish to prejudice the inquiry, so that'll give them a year in which they don't have to answer any questions.
Yeah.
And at the end of the inquiry, I guarantee you the result will be lessons must be learned.
I am sick of hearing that, aren't
Yeah,
you?
definitely.
Yeah, terrible. Hey, I watched Koyaanisqatsi the other night.
Koyaanisqatsi.
Yep.
Yeah. And what do you
very
think?
good.
Yes.
Very good, yeah. I think it should be compulsory viewing in schools, don't you?
Well, I'm not sure they'd have the
probably
attention
won't.
span. They'd be fidgeting and
exactly,
flicking bogies at each other.
Disgusting.
And, all that
God.
stuff that kids do.
Yeah, you might be right there.
Yeah.
But yes, it's really good, yeah. I
It
enjoyed
is, yeah. Can you spell it?
Koya. Is it double A?
Yeah.
AAN. ISQ. ATSI.
Oh, very good.
Is that right?
That's outstanding, yeah.
Brilliant.
Because the difficult part is with the Q, because you expect the U afterwards, but no, there ain't no U.
That's right, yeah. Now, at the end of last year, I suggested you watch something. I bet you didn't, though.
Well, what was
Car
it?
Share.
Car Share.
Mm.
What's that?
Comedy. Because you said there were no British comedies, didn't you? Any good ones.
Well, the good ones, yeah.
So I said, have you tried Car Share? I bet you didn't try it, did
No,
you?
I didn't. No, who's in it?
Peter Kay.
Right.
No, I thought you wouldn't watch.
Well, is it as funny as that Welsh thing?
Welsh thing.
Yeah, what was that called? It was two people's names. He's got it in there. What is it?
Gavin and Stacey.
Gavin and Stacey is the right answer. Is it as funny as Gavin and Stacey? Because if so, it's a definite
I've never
no
watched
from
that.
me.
Never watched
You
it.
never watched that, right?
No. But yeah, Car Share, I think it's really good.
Okay,
Why
then.
don't you watch a couple of clips on YouTube?
A couple of 3 clips. All right, well, leave it with me, Jan, and I promise that I'll think about maybe doing it later. How does that sound?
It sounds very good. As
Yeah.
long as you will do it.
Well, there are no guarantees in this world, Jan. I wouldn't put any money on it if I were you.
All right, I won't do that then.
But I'll take the advice. If you like Koyaanisqatsi, then you're obviously a person of great taste and breeding.
I did. I really did enjoy it, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's superb. It's my favourite film, and I think that it's the best combination of pictures to music that's ever been put on film. It's very like, there's a Russian thing called Man with a Camera, I think, something like that, from about the 1930s, a black and white thing. And it seems like the filmmaker, Godfrey Reggio, had seen that, and he's taken some inspiration from it. Man with a Movie Camera is called. But I would, if you've only got 80 minutes spare, look at Koyaanisqatsi. Just take a quick peek. I want to go and see it right now.
Do you?
I'll see you down the front with some popcorn, Jan.
Okay.
All right, cheers.
Quite stupefying ignorance.
Earth Hour. So landlords, people who have those big, shiny office blocks in the city, who've got lights on 24 hours a day for no good reason, because there's nobody there. I think they have them on in order to make it appear as though people are working, beavering away all day and all night. For prospective clients. Because if you've got an accounting firm or something like that, you want to make it appear as though you are working 24 hours a day for the benefit of your clients. So if some prospective client drives by your building and says, well, see, still working, 11 o'clock at night, excellent firm, well worth the money. But they're not there. There's nobody there. There's a security guard down at the desk and maybe a cleaner on the 5th floor. That's it. And so they turned their lights off for 1 hour for the Earth. And the Earth says...
Thank you.
Yeah. Now, actually, the Earth would probably say...
Fabulous.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Turn it off for 1 hour and then put them all back on again. What a waste, eh? Get Ian Jury on the phone and he'll sing it for us. He's not picking up? Keep trying. More excruciating expenses coming up. But first, here's a call in beautiful Winchester. Hello, Fiona.
Oh, hi, Nick. So
Fiona.
Nice to talk. Hello, nice to talk to you. I love your programme.
Thanks.
You really make me laugh.
Thanks, Fiona.
That's all right. No, but the one thing that I find so difficult is you got such a bee in your bonnet about Boris.
Yeah, well, he is the Prime Minister.
Well, I know. But can you imagine if, what was that man's name?
Jezza Corbyn. Jezza,
Yes.
Uncle Jezza.
Yeah, wouldn't it be far worse with him, for heaven's sake?
Well, you see, when people say that to me, it occurs to me that we have fashioned the worst outcome to the virus if you combine the total deaths with the economic hit
I know.
of any country in the world. So he is the worst leader in the world. Which means that anybody else, even if we had just had Larry, the number 10 cat, running the country, it would probably have been a better outcome.
Yes, but the thing, maybe I overthink these things, but I think, nobody knew what we were going into with this hideous virus, and people didn't know what to do.
It seems extraordinary, really, because one of the first things that Boris Johnson did when he was elected was to disband the government organisation whose task it was to prepare for a pandemic. That's pretty much the first thing he did on ascending to the top job. Curiously, it's pretty much the first thing that Donald Trump did at about the same time. And this was in December.
He was totally in denial, wasn't he?
Well, yeah. This was it completely, and remains there to this day.
This, whatever they want to call it, you can call it a germ, you can call it a flu, you can call it a virus, you can call it many different names. I'm not sure anybody even knows what it is.
Yeah, but to be fair, he's not an expert.
I'm not a doctor.
No.
Oh, but heaven forbid he wants to come back.
Yeah. Well, 70-odd million people also want him to come back too.
I love the poorly educated.
The dingalings.
Crazy.
Those people, yeah.
Anyway, look, I just wanted to say I really, really love your programme.
Well, thanks, Fiona.
So nice, and nice to chat to you.
And you.
Keep safe.
Okay, cheers, my dear. There you are, you see. People at the opposite ends of the spectrum can agree, can work in perfect harmony. Melanie says, oh no, it's the full moon. Nothing to worry about, it's just a full moon. It shouldn't affect people's behaviour. It really shouldn't. It used to affect people's behaviour before the invention of streetlights, well, electricity in general, when it would give people who were still up at night the ability to lurk about the place, because they have the light of the moon. And it does get incredibly bright. You don't realise quite how bright the moon gets if you live in a town with streetlights. But out where I am, there ain't no streetlights. And it's not exactly light like day, but it is very, very bright. And so people used to be able to, lurk about on the occasion of a full moon. But these days, never mind. So I really don't know why it makes people go, a bit... it don't make no sense, but it does. Unless you just associate it, because it's in your mind, you associate any bizarre behaviour, you think, oh, well, it's because of the full moon. Whereas if it happened, a week from now, you wouldn't have, it wouldn't have occurred to you to associate it with a lunar cycle. Bridgend, Mike.
Hi there. I was just, I just listened to your conversation there, and I put on Boris Johnson's press announcement today. Did you watch it?
No, I did not, no.
If you look at it, you'll see the most horrendous clash of colours you probably will ever see in your life. I thought it was from the new briefing room, but it wasn't. But he's got it's just like an assault on the eyes, basically.
Well, describe it to us. Where was he standing?
He's standing in front, and I've got no problem with flags, etc. But he was standing. His white hair was kind of lit up like, I don't know how it was so bright. He's standing there in front of a baby blue background with like a flag either side of him. And it was just so much kind of pastel colours. It was like, and the flags were kind of weird. Didn't even look like they were really there. It looked like it was CGI flags. And it was, it was so shocking to watch. I thought I'd give you a call and just if you watch it, Nick, you'll be amazed at just what an assault on the eyes it is.
Right, but you said pastel colours. The flag's not pastel; it's vibrant.
The way it was done was kind of like they kind of pasteurised the flag. Or
right.
It wasn't. It was nothing about it looked natural, including
the man himself,
the Prime Minister.
Yeah, including his hair and everything about him.
Another question: when they built that £2 million conference centre, couldn't they have picked a British company to design it instead of a Russian-based company?
It seems like that's just another way to gaslight the nation. I mean, how can we spend an unbelievably ridiculous amount of money on one small room while at the same time telling nurses that we haven't got enough money to give them the slimmest of pay rises?
The best of it is the money went to Russia. They didn't pick like a communications company in the UK, and there's loads of them, isn't there? A production company. They didn't say, how cheap can you do this job? This is what we want. They went to Russia, a company that sets up, a Russian company that's done work for TV stations, which is kind of funded by Russians.
Vlad the Insano,
I'm like, I don't understand why. It's not like we've got any TV industry in the UK or anything like that.
That's right, yeah. Well, maybe some of it still exists, so who knows?
But it's like, it's a room that already exists. They put some racking up on so they can put lights off it.
Yeah.
They spent, there's some chairs there. There's a plinth. There's some TV cameras. The TV camera's probably expensive. And then they spent 198,000 on broadband equipment, apparently.
What?
But how can that come to £2 million?
It's absolutely mystifying. There's no way in which you can add it up to make it, even if you're really generous with the cost of each thing. Like, those chairs, they don't look that comfortable. They're not that expensive. But you could say, well, maybe they're a designer limited edition and they cost £2,000 each. Even if you do that, it still doesn't add up.
It's like the food they gave to the kids, isn't it? It's like, we'll have a £30 food package, and it's basically it's some super noodles, a potato, and a carrot, and some Ribena, and you're like,
and an empty banana peel,
And I voted. I'm not like a traditional Labour supporter. I'd vote for Keir Starmer in a heartbeat currently. But what I find funny about it is that there's nothing wrong with capitalism, but when you have something like that where they say we're going to do a government programme for this or that, then what you've got to make sure is it's regulated. Well, a company is going to go, well, they're going to give us £30 to put together a hamper. Any proper company will go, well, how cheap can we put this? Lots of companies will just go, how cheap can we go without getting caught out?
Yes.
And so what you've got to have is some kind of somebody in government to say, and by the way, we're only going to give you a £3 profit on each one. Not, so, but it's just, there's no kind of controls anywhere. And
if this government have done one thing absolutely brilliantly, it's distribute public money to friends and relatives and donors.
It's like those receipts you're reading out there. Or if it's simple rule you could have, all government receipts and expenditures should have a long form. So it shouldn't just be like the name of a restaurant or whatever, which then you have to Google, where is this restaurant and where is it? It should be, it should have the name of the restaurant, the contact email website of the address, who was there, who actually partook of the meal, and what they spent on,
and what they were talking about when they were doing it,
and what it was for. If every single receipt had a long form explanation on it, which would take about 30 seconds to type up, you'd see a lot. That would instantly be a very easy way to cut corruption. But if you just say, I don't know, Tadiki restaurant, £4,000, January 25th, then you go like. You've got to, if you're going to research that and go like, okay, so who was there? And the government will go, we don't.
We've got no idea. No, why are you asking all of these questions? You're being unhelpful.
And a long form receipt would just be like, well, I know who was there. Priti Patel was there. She was there with the Greek foreign minister or whatever. They spent £4,000 on hors d'oeuvres and whatever, and there's 15 people there. But it's like everything. I work for a private company, and if I went out and if they gave me a budget to spend like £1,000, or if they said, Mike, go and get some flowers or plants for the office, and I went out and I blew £3,000 and I came back, I'd get absolutely destroyed. Because
if you came back with a posy, they'd want to know where the rest went.
Yeah, and it's like, so I'm all for government, but I'm just like, where does the basic auditing, like if I was responsible for a department, I'd be like, right, all receipts are long form receipts. Any expenditure over £50 basically has to have a long form receipt on it. And if we catch you out and you spent, you basically your arse won't touch your feet won't touch the floor. You're gone. And
yeah,
it's like,
well, but you're coming at this the wrong way. I mean, you're assuming that they care where the money's gone. It's not theirs. They don't run a company. They run a country. Big difference. Huge.
It's crazy to me, and it's like, but it's like if you, for example, if you were bothered about government wasting money, you'd just institute a separate body, an independent body. I know you'd have different commissions, but you'd have a really powerful body to basically scrutinise those long form receipts. And if people are found lying,
which is why they will never do any such thing.
They'll never do it.
Yeah.
It's just amazing to me. But then I'm amazed how you can spend £2 million in the confines of a room which is already built,
which already exists in a house. I mean, they didn't build a terrace with that. They just tarted out one room. Amazing.
They put some box standard chairs there, a bit of formica, a plinth, a raised elevated stand, some lighting, some broadband equipment, which you'd probably get in. You'd probably get like a basic small TV studio, whatever.
My broadband equipment came free with my contract.
Yeah, with Skybox, and it's like, and I know that technology is quite cheap these days. And okay, you could say, for example, to BBC and say like, what would be the expense of equipping this particular office?
Yeah,
and how cheap can we get it? And
£105.60. Yeah.
We're going to go to Russia, Nick. We're going to, where's the? I want to have the British government needs a press conference room. Where should we go to fix this out? Let's pay money to a Russian company to set it up. And apparently the company is also responsible for setting up all the microphones and all the communications.
Yeah, and with the expectation that they'll be listening in. Well, here's the news. They're going to be broadcasting it. Yeah, Mike, I've got to go, but thanks a lot. Keep your eyes peeled at all times. Don't take your eyes off them for a minute. We are doing the Home Office expenses. Selected Home Office procurement card spending 2020. They actually give these people their own credit cards to spend our money with. Can you believe that? So far, we've had £669 on cupcakes. To be completely fair, it's a company that makes cupcakes. We don't know that they spent £669 on cupcakes, but that's what they make. So they spent £5,415.90 on in Primark, and the Home Office's excuse was that Priti Patel cares so much that she went out and bought over £5,000 of clothes for refugees. Because she seems like a caring person. No?
No.
6th of April, £30,000 at the Global Beauty Products Limited company. And I think we know where that went. 30 grand's worth of unctures and ointments all over her. They spent £2,000 in an electronics store in Albania. Wherever that is. I always think of Albania when I think of white goods. They went to a restaurant called Pollyanna twice, and the total spend was almost £8,000. What? £8,000 in a restaurant. And I tried to find out where that was, and the only one that I could find was in Jamaica, which would make sense. They just included the flight and the hotel on the bill. If you know where it is, then let me know. But the only one I could find on the worldwide weight was in Jamaica. On the 27th of February, they spent £900 in the Magdalen Arms, which appears to be a pub in Oxford. £900 in a pub.
Booze.
That is some expensive pub. What do they hire it out for the month? And the Home Office released what sounds like a sort of a comedy fictional account of some of these expenses, making out as though they were all either for helping asylum seekers or buying PPE kit for nurses. But how do you get £900 spend in a pub? What's that got to do with asylum seekers and PPE? Go on, explain that, I double dare you. And it's all about the detail. I think my favourite one is that, after all that eating and drinking, and what with the cupcakes and the lying around getting pampered, what does the go-getting Home Office work person need the most? That's right, to spend £2,000 on a diet consultant. A diet consultant. £2,000. How about have a salad once in a while? There you go. That'll be £2,000, please. You're welcome. And when the Byline Times, the publication called the Byline Times, when they asked the Home Office to explain these expenses and whether they had been submitted in accordance with the department's policies, the response was, departmental spending must be conducted in accordance with agreed policies, justified and properly scrutinised. Which sounds very much like, don't question us, peasant. It actually, the Byline Times pointed out, rather suggests that in all of the cases noted above, the department doesn't know whether they met its spending criteria. Because if you read their answer again, departmental spending must be conducted in accordance with agreed policies, justified and properly scrutinised, it doesn't say that they were or not, does it? It just says that they must be. You know, like, you mustn't kill people, but people do that anyway. In total, these claims that I've just explained, £124,262, £124,000, not a trivial amount of taxpayer cash. But as the Byline Times pointed out, it's par for the course with this government. They're just chucking money around like a drunken sailor. They don't care how much anything costs. The budget for PPE and its test and trace operation, £52 billion, not million, billion, £52 billion, which is a number so big I can't even imagine it in my tiny mind. I did give an example of what a billion actually is, because there's words that we just throw around like, you know, million and billion. You have a vague idea what a million is, but a billion doesn't sound as significantly greater amount that it actually is than a million. And off the top of my head, this is probably not accurate, but it's something of the order of, if you do it in seconds, I did mention this last week, 1 million seconds is about 3 days, I think. Something like that. 1 million seconds is about 3 days. 1 billion seconds is over 30 years. It's so much more, it's just mind-blowing. And they spent £52 billion on test and trace, on our test and tracing system. How's that going, Bodger?
Contact tracing.
Oh, give it up, mate. You're never going to get it. The National Audit Office said that if the government had stockpiled adequately, as they were supposed to do prior to the pandemic, the country would have only paid $2.5 billion for the PPE. We paid $52 billion. We should have paid $2.5 billion. And people question me as to why I feel negatively about Boris Johnson. We paid $52 billion. We should have paid $2.5 billion. I mean, it would have helped, of course, if we had a government body whose purpose it was to prepare for a pandemic. And we used to have one, as I said, but Boris Johnson disbanded it the moment that he was elected Prime Minister last December, weeks before the arrival of an actual pandemic. Not last December, the previous one, you know when. Isn't that curious? He and Donald Trump both disbanded the government organisation whose purpose it was to prepare for a pandemic. And they did it pretty much at the same time, after word had emerged from China of an actual pandemic, because the word came out in 2 Decembers ago. Conspiracy theorists might want to chew that one over for a while. The Byline Times says there have been few repercussions for the government, with no suggestion that nurses are having their wages limited precisely because ministers overspent during the pandemic. That's the reason we can't afford to give the... not that they'd give them anyway, too far away from an election. I betcha, I'll bet you £5 of real money that the government announces a whopping great pay rise for the nurses just weeks before the next general election. Who would like to take that bet? I bet it's going to be 10%. It's going to be a big round figure, something that's going to make a huge splash. It'll have to be bigger than wee Sturgeons north of the border. 10%, I bet you, just before the next general election. The Byline Times says, while there is a very real difference between spending £15 billion on PPE and spending £900 at a posh pub in Oxford, there does seem to be a general antipathy in the government towards journalists and activists who scrutinise its investments and an air of impunity around the decisions that it takes. Correct. That's why they're constantly smirking. I mean, the whole lot of them can't wipe the smug grin off their faces because they know they're getting away with it. And the more it upsets the Liberals, the more the fans love it. I mean, the number of messages I get saying, why do you hate your country? Which is exactly the effect that the current administration is after, conflating their interests with the interests of the nation, wrapping themselves in billowing folds of the Union Jack to make it seem like an attack on them for their grasping nature and their ineptitude and their nepotism and their self-enrichment is to attack the country, when it is, of course, precisely the opposite. Criticising those that are actually running the country down, you know, impoverishing the fishing industry and the food and drinks industry and diminishing the future of the young who they refused to allow a vote and limiting our horizons. Criticising that is actually sticking up for the country. But we are in full authoritarian mode here. We have a dear leader, and anyone who says anything against him and his party are traitors. No! And if you want to see how that goes eventually, just check out a thing called the History Channel. It's full of information. I've got bad news about masks. Have you heard? Oh... Very bad news about masks. I mean, we got some good news, I suppose. A little bit. We're going to be released just a bit. Not very much, but just a bit. A little bit. A tiny little bit of freedom. That's coming in this week. This week coming up. Oh, and the clocks are going forwards. Is it tonight? Huh? Tonight.
At the end of your show.
At the end of my show. So the next person will start at 1, but it'll actually be 2. Right. So we lose an hour, but then we gain an hour in the evening. I wish they'd just leave it alone. Just set it at summertime and leave it alone. But we go through this like twice a year, every blooming year, and everybody seems in agreement. We all want the extra hour in the evening. It doesn't make no sense at all to have an extra hour of daylight in the morning because you don't use it. Who uses an extra hour of daylight in the morning? What are you going to do with it? Use your car headlights less? Save on electricity? What's the point? In the evening is when you use an extra hour of daylight. And everybody agrees, apart from the people that are wrong, and absolutely nothing ever gets done. Ever, ever, ever. I think it's some, like, dairy farmers in the north of Scotland raise a finger of objection. Cows don't know what time it is. Poplar. Hello, Adam.
Yeah, hi there. I'm just shocked and stunned. I mean, can I just double check? The eyebrow threading was 77? No, that can't be right, surely?
Yes, about £70,000 in an eyebrow
threading
establishment. Yeah, I don't know about threading, but maybe wrangling, eyebrow wrangling.
I mean, that makes his wallpaper look like a bargain.
Yeah, Global Beauty Products Limited, £30,000. Now they're saying that that they got PPE from this company. But that doesn't seem like very much PPE, considering they spent over £50 billion on it. So it's, well, I mean, plus...
By the time you throw in the cost of furlough and everything else, and the fact that tax returns are going to drop because a lot of companies are going to go under.
Yes.
And there's going to be more unemployed, so the taxpayer has to pay for them.
Right.
I think this country is going to be £1 trillion out. Plus, I think we're going to be bankrupt soon. It's unbelievable.
Well, I think we already are, aren't we? I mean, I think the national debt is hovering around the £3 trillion mark. How are we ever going to pay that off? How are we even going to start to pay that off?
The thing is, interest rates are historic lows.
Yeah.
If they started to go up...
If they start to go up, We're in big trouble, huge.
Yeah, this is ludicrous. I mean, I'm left, a bit of a lefty, but I mean, at the end of the day, I'm still proud of the country, and I want the country to do well. And
so do I.
The Tory party, they should start listening to your show and others on LBC just to see that this is just going down the path to disaster.
I don't think they'd much. They'd either get any useful information, nor would they enjoy listening to this show.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine Theresa May doing this.
There's no other leader in the world who's done such a bad job. And this is why it's bizarre to me that people defend him so much and say, essentially, that if you criticise the dear leader, then you are a traitor. Why do you hate your country? It's the opposite. I want the best for my country, which is obviously not what's happening here.
I think the furlough plays a big part in the opinion polls at the moment because
free money.
Something like 5 or 6 million people being paid to stay at home.
Yeah,
and
free money.
In this country, that's unheard of.
Well, when we, that's right. It sounds like socialism to me. Yeah, but when that unwinds and we do actually come out from our bunkers and survey the wreckage, then it's really going to sink home what's actually happened here. Because at the moment, we're all like set in aspic. We haven't really seen the consequences of what we've just been through yet. It's almost like it hasn't happened, but it has. I think only when things start to reopen will we, ironically, see how much is closed.
Well, yeah, when you go along Oxford Street and there's only a tobacconist and a McDonald's left, and you think, oh dear, something's gone wrong.
Yeah, exactly. All right, chin up. Thanks a lot. I sort of don't want to give you this news about face masks, but I think I'll have to. If you haven't read it yet, someone's got to break it to you. I'll do that in a minute. Joe texts, honestly, Priti Patel scares the life out of me. She makes me feel like I've forgotten to do my homework and I'm about to get a lashing because it's for my own good. I feel like a 30-year-old child, he says. Thank you, sir. May I have another? Andrew texts, Nick, talk about Priti Patel taking liberties. She's doing it in so many ways. Now, are you saying, is that an instruction to me to talk about her, or are you just saying, talk about Priti Patel taking liberties? Could be either way. And Ed in Chesterfield texts, PPE stands for Priti Patel's eyebrows. Yeah, maybe that's true. Over £57 billion on that woman's eyebrows. Worth every penny, ma'am. Please don't arrest me. Here's a call in Camberwell. Will.
Hi, Nick. How are you doing?
Good, thanks.
I normally listen to you to sort of calm down, drift off to sleep and have a little giggle.
Yeah.
But as I've been listening for the last 15 minutes, if I reach for my neck, I can feel my pulse increasing. And it's quite annoying, actually. You've kind of woken me up.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's okay, not a problem at all. I won't send my receipt back. If I may share a little thought as well on this.
Yeah.
I won't use the word conspiracy, but should we call it a
coincidence?
A coincidence with negative outcomes.
Right.
I, as you may remember, I had a little sojourn to Brussels for work purposes from December till about February, late February. Over there, you've got to get a check to come back, and a check in that part of the world is about 40 odd euros.
What do you mean by check?
Sorry, a test. PC.
Oh, right.
Up the nose.
Oh,
and sticking up the nose. It's about 40.
You really don't have to give us the details, the icky, sticky details.
And it did make me sneeze afterwards, actually.
Right.
So not recommended. But top line, if you once you're back here, if you leave again, if you come back, and I think it's going to hit people after holidays, you've got to pay to get it done here. And you don't pay £40, you don't pay €40. You're looking at, and I've got this spreadsheet which I've downloaded off the government. It starts at 180 quid a go.
What?
And yeah, each one, there's about 60 providers. I put it in Microsoft Excel. Let me just check how many columns. 57. The most expensive, which is in Mayfair, it's £575.
Wow.
Stick a thing up your nose. Maybe with an amazing cup of coffee with it.
Yeah.
And most of them, it's done in the post. And most of them, it uses the same laboratory to actually analyse the thing.
Right.
So I don't understand, where's all this additional stuff going? And why don't they just use the GPs, the NHS that everybody loves, that they love?
Mm-hmm.
Why has it been split up into 57 little companies, some of which the only contact is a mobile phone. So
right. Well,
I
would imagine that with some of those companies, their only asset is a mobile phone. They can't even afford a desk. But, just ring up their mate Matt, and he'll put you straight to the front of the queue to get a ton of money from the government.
Just skimming off the top. It looks a bit like it, doesn't it? Because it would have been so much easier just to empower GPs to do it.
It seems that the only thing that they've done well, apart from siphoning vast amounts of money to their friends and donors, is to get out of the way of the professionals with the vaccine launch. I mean, the reason I think that we've got so much like 400 million or something like that, way more than we could ever possibly need, is because they in a panic, they ran into, it's like they ran into a shop and said, we buy everything. Clear the shelves. We're taking absolutely everything in here. We're not even going to check that it works or that it fits, or that it's our colour, or it's even in style, or that we can actually get into it. We'll just take the lot. All of your stock. That's what we're going to do. We'll back up a lorry, and we're going to pay for it now in funny money, because it's not our cash, so, and we're really buying the public's goodwill here. Whereas other countries, who are run more cautiously or sensibly, you might think, they waited. Because no company has ever managed to create a vaccine in such a short space of time. And so there was no reason to expect them to do so. And yet we spent billions and billions of pounds on something that essentially didn't exist. Just on the off chance, just betting with our money. And incredibly, they came up a winner. But then if you go to a roulette table and you put a fiver on every single number, you will win something.
I think it's probably true to say that we have world-beating pharmaceutical companies here. So maybe that was a safe bet to make. But
well, I'm not sure, because, I mean, are they better than Switzerland's? Are they better than America's? Are they better than Belgians or France? I think they're probably all at the same level, aren't they? I mean, we kid ourselves that everything that happens in this country is the best in the world, but it's probably just equal to.
There was a cooperative level there, wasn't there?
Huh?
With Pfizer-BioNTech, there was a cooperative element to it. Bits were made in Belgium, and it was a Turkish-German couple. So it's more cross-continental than...
Yeah, and it got put in vials in Italy, and yes.
The thing I was going to share, though, is that also that when you get to Belgium and these places, and France, the test and tracing app, it just sits there on your mobile phone, and at the end of the day, you look at it, and it says, you passed sort of 300 or whatever people today, and none of them had it.
Right.
And your risk overall is 1.5 out of 5.
Yeah.
And it works. And you just think they just bought it off the shelf right at the beginning when we were dossing about with... Do you remember when the initial Cummings idea was to write their own hardcore app that saved all the data on everything?
I think Google
it never worked.
Yeah, Google and Apple said, we'll take this because we know a thing or two about computers. And Boris Johnson said, no, this government knows best. We'll fashion it from scratch. They actually refused the help of Google and Apple.
Cummings has got his own, hasn't he? And they've all studied PPE at Oxford, so maybe they are the technological knowledge geniuses.
Yeah, all right, thanks a lot. Oh, by the way, you mentioned Belgium a lot. Why do they have such high death rates? Do they count them differently or what?
That was at the beginning when they peaked in terms of countries per head of population. They were really high at the beginning, but my understanding is by about February or March at the latest, I can't remember the months to be fair, but it shut down. And the theory whilst I was there was just lots of people meeting in one place because they were coming from all over Europe. And then loads of people went home around September, October for Christmas early. So, but overall, when I was there, I just found it to be quite an obedient country. They weren't messing around with rules, with tiers and all this stuff. It was just like lockdown, you're not allowed out, a curfew at 10 p.m, and people just got on with it.
Right.
Although there were still, museums were still open, actually, in the boulangeries and all that. And you could buy beer, takeaway, throughout.
Well, that sounds lovely, but on the other hand, Belgians do put mayonnaise on chips. So, there is that.
They do.
Actually, this bad news comes in two parts. The first part is not quite as bad as the second part. Wearing face masks could become the norm in the UK even when COVID restrictions are scrapped, one of Number 10's top scientific advisors said today. What? Neil Ferguson. You know Neil Ferguson, don't you? Yes, that's him. He's the epidemiologist whose grim modelling led to the first blanket to shut down last spring. He said the pandemic may have caused a cultural change. Do you feel the cultural change?
No.
No, me neither. He says it's already routine in Southeast Asia for people to wear masks in public places if they have a cold or are feeling poorly. You know, Asian tourists used to come here, you know, when things were open. Oh, blimey. This country was marvellous when things were open. You tell that to the young folk today. And they would frequently wear masks, and I always thought that they were feeling the pollution, that they were protecting themselves from our air. But that's not true. Apparently, they would be feeling a little bit sniffly, presumably because, you know, they've been stuck in a screaming enclosed tube flying across oceans in order to get here. That'd make anybody ill. And so they would wander around with a mask, not for their benefit, but for our benefit. We should be appreciating that.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that seems perfectly reasonable to me. That if you're feeling ill, wear a mask. What's wrong with that? I mean, when was the last time you had a cold, for instance? Like, not last year, I bet. No cold, no flu, nothing like that. Because, well, okay, people have been stuck indoors and they haven't been, you know, mingling with each other.
Disgusting.
But plus, every time that we did go out, we had a mask on. So there's that. Professor Ferguson said it was quite possible mask wearing would become the norm in the UK. He said, we've got used to being careful, particularly if we're slightly ill ourselves, about not wanting to infect other people. And so those sorts of things may well happen here, he said. I bet face masks remain mandatory in public. I've been thinking about this. I think it's a pretty good way to control people, make people easily controllable. Because if you're wearing a mask, you're already obeying a restrictive diktat when you go around with a mask on. So obeying another one doesn't seem like too much of a stretch, do it? Excellent way to keep dissent at bay. So that's that's part of the bad news. It gets worse, I'm sorry to tell you. I couldn't believe it when I read what I'm going to lay on you next. But this is all about Boris Johnson's roadmap out of lockdown. All legal limits on social contact will be lifted no earlier than June the 21st. That's very important that you pay attention to the word no earlier than, the phrase. Because it doesn't mean that we're out of this on June the 21st. It means no earlier than June the 21st. So no specific mention of when face mask rules will be dropped. So it could be never. Which is, I don't know, I thought we were subjecting ourselves to a giant vaccination experiment in order to be free of these things. Wasn't that the deal? It's going to come as some disappointment if we allow ourselves to be injected twice with something sped through in a tenth of the normal time that these things take, and we still won't be free. I will raise a finger of complaint. I mean, I won't make a noise while I'm doing it, and I won't be visible, of course, because, you know, those are the rules. Okay, this is the worst of the two. And you're not going to like it. Lord Sumption, the former Supreme Court judge, a pillar of the establishment. He said restrictions on Britain's freedoms could last as long as rationing after the Second World War.
What?
He said face masks and social distancing could be in place for another 10 years. 10 years. He said it was politically unrealistic to expect the government to backtrack on social controls anytime soon because the public had become so used to them. What? Lord Sumption suggested Britons had actually started to take comfort in restrictions because it made them feel safe. You've got to be joking. He said an interesting parallel is the continuation of wartime food rationing after the last war. He said people were in favour of that because they were in favour of social control. And don't the people of that era keep going on about it? Or, we were living on a pile of rubble with no roof and no walls and bread and dripping for breakfast, dinner and tea and only bricks and unexploded bombs to play with. But we were happy. The good old days. I think in an increasingly alarming year, that's the most alarming thing I've heard yet, a member of the establishment putting out the idea that we will permanently be living under emergency government lockdown measures. I mean, if it's going to be 10 years, then that's forever, right? Why would you live under a particular regime for 10 years and then they say, oh, right, that's it, 10 years is over, off you go? I mean, I keep saying this, but once an authoritarian-minded regime takes away powers and freedoms under the guise of an emergency, they are loath to return them, and so it's proving. We can't even complain about them now. Pretty soon they'll enlist children to spy on their parents, and anyone being unhelpful will be sent for re-education. Sage scientists have already hinted that masks and social distancing measures may need to be reinstated in future winters when respiratory viruses like COVID find it easier to spread. But why let us loose and only to reintroduce them later? It makes more sense, you'd think, politically speaking, to just make us used to wearing them all the time. 10 years! Oh, no! I mean, I look fantastic in a huge covering for my face, and you probably do too. But do you want to go around in one for the rest of your life?
No.
Mary Ramsey, the head of immunisation at Public Health England, admitted that restrictions could stay in place for years because Britain will need to wait for other countries to catch up for their vaccine programmes. Yeah, right. It's their fault. God. I had no idea that this is where this was going. How about you? Matt Hancock told the Chamber that he couldn't guarantee that this was the last time they would be asked to roll over the powers, the extension of the COVID laws. They've extended them till September, and when September comes around, they say, oh, well, winter's coming up. Best be careful. Sir Graham Brady, chairman of the 1922 committee of backbench Tory MPs who voted against the extension, said the country was at risk of normalising the social restrictions. Sir Graham Brady, backbench Tory MP. Keir Starmer, the actual opposition, said, I agree with Bodger. And a greater percentage of Labour MPs voted to extend the government's control over us than actual Conservative MPs. Let that sink in for just a minute. The Conservatives are the party in power and, effectively, the party in opposition. And on that subject, this text says there is no accountability with this government, but sadly, Mike, the last caller, is deluded if he thinks that Keir Starmer will be a good PM because he's not even prepared to call out this lousy government now. Yeah, just say something that's not, I agree with Boris, Keir. I double dare you. Shouting at a 5-year-old in America, that's terrible. Did they smash a completely innocent woman in the face with an armoured shield? Sent her flying back so much that she landed on her back in the road? No, that wasn't them. It must have been somebody else. Gatwick, hello, Martin.
Oh, good evening. Good evening.
Martin.
How are you?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, hi. Excellent. Yes, I'm at Gatwick, last man standing.
What are you doing in Gatwick?
Well, I'm sort of living here, but I was trying to create an image of a sort of a wasteland, with nothing going on with the global pandemic. And,
well, I imagine it is very, very quiet.
It is very quiet, yes.
Now, when you say you're living there, you don't mean the airport, do you?
Not exactly, no. I have actually recently been living in France, in the Dordogne.
Oh, yes. How's that?
Lovely. I'm a writer, and I sort of spent some time down there writing, and it was absolutely wonderful. But I've had to come back for various reasons, but I do plan to go back.
Now, in France, do you have to have written permission to leave your house?
You absolutely did, yeah. I mean, for anything. If you walked the dog, you had to fill in a form sign it, and you couldn't fake it. You had to put the time you left. You couldn't. And I did actually get stopped a couple of times. The image of the gendarme with his pistol checking his paperwork and sort of looking very doubtful is absolutely real.
On the other hand, though, you can go out and get a meal, can't you? You can get your hair cut, all that stuff.
Yes, you could. Yes, you could get your hair cut. Meals, well, you could go to cafes and things outside. But they have a slightly different way of dealing with it. They do the 6 o'clock in the evening till 6 o'clock in the morning curfew.
Right.
Which is quite a clever way of doing it, I think. It does concentrate the mind and you kind of get everything done when you need to.
Well, I suppose so. I mean, it rules dinner out unless you're really an early bird.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. Not the French way. But I was ringing because you were talking about the briefing room, or there's a lot of conversation about the new cabinet briefing room, and I wonder if it isn't actually a kind of high-tech dubbing and image-enhancing facility to improve the content. Because, I sort of get the feeling that before those conferences, I sort of get the feeling that all the ministers are kind of wandering around, freaked out, before Boris says, "You're going on," and before they get shoved on, they go out like a rabbit caught in the headlights, and I don't know, Priti Patel kind of stumps up to the podium like E.T., and she starts her sort of sickening and policing and all of that.
Yes,
talk. And you just kind of feel that a bit of dubbing and a bit of control would kind of help the flow and enhance the content. And I kind of wonder if, with all this Russian technology, that they haven't actually managed to implement that.
Right.
And that isn't actually what it's about.
Well, quite possibly, yes. What with deep fake video? You ever seen a deep fake video?
Not knowingly.
It's amazing what they can do these days. They can basically magic up you or I or anybody else on Earth from almost nothing at all, and make it look as though we're all singing and dancing and really actually there. Maybe Boris Johnson isn't actually there.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
I mean, he does seem like a collection of ticks, don't he?
Well, absolutely, yeah. I mean, that would absolutely fit, wouldn't it? Because Michael Gove kind of goes on looking like, with an expression that suggests he's just kind of seen himself in the mirror. And whether that couldn't be sort of toned down a bit, and Alok Sharma.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's happened to me. I mean, you catch yourself in a mirror and you don't know you're actually looking in the mirror. You sort of, at the corner of your eye, and you think, "Who's that? Who's that old geezer?" And then you think,
why is my
damn
dad
it,
looking back at me?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. And so, I mean, I'd thought of other. I mean, I don't know, someone like George Eustace, who sort of gets up there every now. I mean, I don't know about you, but I can't see him as anything other than a sort of B-movie actor playing Napoleon or something. He's got that kind of flat pan face.
See, I had Marc Francois as a B-movie actor playing Napoleon. He's got more of the physique for it.
I know you like to describe Matt Hancock as you do, and I find that very funny, and that's excellent. But to me, he looks like he's kind of slipped out of an alien's orifice. He's kind of sallow and damp, and and again, I think that's absolutely perfect for a bit of imaging enhancing.
Yeah, well, it is a worm moon, so it fits.
Yeah. I think the only one they wouldn't have to do anything with is Rishi Sunak. I think he's probably the star of the lot.
You think? To me, he must be the most overrated politician in the country, maybe even ever. It's he that fashioned the worst economic result of this pandemic of any country in the world. How is he such a success with the public? I don't get it.
Well, maybe it's because I was slightly sort of protected from most of that, because I was in France most of the time, and I just sort of saw glimpses of him, and he looked a little bit more ordered than the others, but maybe because it didn't actually affect my daily life. I didn't actually...
I think the reason why he's popular is because he's the fella that keeps giving out the money.
Probably.
That's how superficial we are.
Yeah, he has done very well since the exotic Marigold Hotel. I think, he's come on in leaps, hasn't he?
All right. Okay, thanks a lot, Martin. Tony in Andover says it will be a full moon tomorrow night. It's known as the worm moon, the last full moon of winter night, also linked to fertility. So let's all procreate, says Tony.
Disgusting.
No, nobody's going to be doing any of that. I think we're going to have a massive baby shortage over the last year. There's going to be this blip of like a dip in the population. because nobody's been getting out and getting among each other, and people who have been stuck at home with their loved ones for a year, well, they just can't stand them anymore. Oh, God, not you again. So I think the human race is in big trouble, huge. I think it's also possible. I mean, it could be. We could go out partying like it's the end of times. We could be partying like it's 1999 once the freedoms get, once the shackles go off. But I think that people will still take a bit of that fear of others around with them. Having experienced it for so long, having been petrified and sent indoors in a state of high agitation. I think that they will continue to be, a little wary about getting among each other. Maybe not. Isabel says, you call it a germ, you can call it a flu, you can call it a virus, you can call it many different names. If you don't get them in order, you get extra points. No, if you do get them in order, you get extra points.
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
Extra points for getting it in order. Correctamundo. Matty says, the film that you mentioned earlier, how do you spell it, please? I've combined various random letters and words into my phone, and I can't find it anywhere. I would be interested to have a watch. Yes, I can. It's Koyaanisqatsi. It's a Hopi Indian word, which means a life out of balance, which is what we're experiencing right now. That's absolutely true. This is a life out of balance. As Greta Thunberg will tell you. You know Greta Thunberg? No! Yeah, that's right. She's been explaining that for, it seems like a dog's age now. It's only a couple of years. This tiny school child thought, the planet's going to hell in a handcart. We are living a life out of balance. I'm going to do something about it. I'm going to sit outside my school. It was a school, right? She did a one-person strike, and which is a lesson for everybody, really, who thinks, well, what can I do? Well, look, small school child. This is what she can do. Now she's getting a blooming statue. And people are furious about that. Absolutely apoplectic they are. God, that's funny. She upsets all the right people. Weird that, so many grown men, purple-faced men, can get so splenetically rage-filled about a perfectly innocent and unprepossessing child. It's weird. It's actually a bit... it's a bit creepy, isn't it? A little bit. That they obsess so much. Why does she mind her own business? Those people. You want to get out of it. So I did the, all right, I'll do the People's Fury at Greta Thunberg. Furious locals slam Winchester University's plan to erect £24,000 statue of Greta Thunberg, states the Mail. Always with the fury. All the headlines in the rabid tabloids, they've pretty much got fury in every single blooming one of them. Fury at full moon. Clenched fist locals in their back gardens yelling at the sky. Let's be clear, no one is furious. It's a marketing ploy to get their readers permanently angry and frightened that their lifestyles are being threatened. That's why the word fury appears in so many headlines. It's all about the money, honey. But as for Matty, that film, before I get into Greta Thunberg's statue, that film that you were thinking of, my favourite film, it's called Koyaanisqatsi, Koyaanisqatsi. Shall I say that again?
No.
Koyaanisqatsi. I'll split by name, Koyaanisqatsi. Don't touch a statue. That is right out. Okay, so this is the story about Greta Thunberg that's got people, apoplectic, mad, spitting with rage they are, furious. The university has come under fire for plans to erect a life-size sculpture of Greta Thunberg, with residents saying she's got nothing to do with the city. And that would be true if Winchester wasn't part of planet Earth. But as it is, and it will be affected by climate change just like everywhere else, she's just as relevant to Winchester as Stockholm. What difference does it make? I mean, Winchester has a tendency to flood, by the way, which has probably got something to do with the weather, which is affected by the climate. But apart from that, she's an inspiration to students and to young people, of which there are a lot in Winchester, and she's an inspiration to me personally because of the way she has to make the red-faced fury-mongers blow steam out their ears. You go, girl. The £24,000 bronze design sculpture of the environmental campaigner, named Make a Difference, was commissioned by Winchester University as an inspiration for all students. It's believed to be the first life-sized depiction of the 18-year-old Swedish activist who gained international attention after starting a school climate strike in 2018. That's how recent it was that she started all this. It is tempting to think, well, what could I possibly do on my own? Well, you can move mountains is what you can do. You can upset Donald Trump, for a start. Ain't that something to shoot for? Anything to upset the screaming Mimi.
Don't be rude.
The Purple Fury Brigade hate her because she represents change, I expect, and also that our lifestyles have consequence. Other than that, I don't really know why they're so upset at what seems to be blooming obvious that our wasteful and polluting lifestyles will actually have an effect on the planet. How could they not? But you can't tell people that because they get absolutely furious. Well, there's that the F word again. Furious. And now, after a year of work, the statue is ready to be unveiled at the university on March the 30th. Note it in your diary. And people in Mail online comment sections are fantasizing about pulling it down. But, huge, giant, wobbling but.
Warning, warning.
Because the same people who screamed the place down when some young ones objected to the glorification of those who long ago made fortunes from selling people into a lifetime of miserable slavery, they made so much noise that Priti Patel got interested and cracked the whip. And she pelted headlong into the fight and decreed that there is a possible 10 years inside for desecrating statues. Because that's the important thing to deal with during a pandemic. Some bronze effigy of a bloke that hardly anyone's ever heard of. Oh, and Churchill, of course. There's a penalty attached to pulling down Greta's statue now, called for by the very people who want to pull this statue down. I'd call that ironic. I'd double dare them to do it. And then Priti Patel's going to have to send them all to jail. 10 years. It's weird, isn't it, that the Purple Army of armchair warriors object to a statue of someone who wants to save our way of lives. But they're perfectly fine with statues of murderers, presumably because they murdered the right people. A spokesperson for Winchester University said the statue of Greta Thunberg was commissioned in 2019 and was funded by the university as part of the West Downs Centre development. The statue cost £23,760, which is what apparently Priti Patel spends on her eyebrows every year. It's almost certainly not true, but that's what it looks like from the expenses that were put in by the Home Office. See, it's 23 grand in an overall budget of 50 million for the West Downs Centre. So people are getting absolutely furious, and they're trying to think of why they're angry about it. And it's the cost. It's the cost. It's an outrage. They're spending 50 million quid. What does 23 grand make? What difference does that make? Especially if it inspires a young person to actually make a difference to the world. Help us all out. Christine Charlesworth was commissioned to make the artwork in 2019 as portrayed Greta standing with one of her arms outstretched. It's a pretty good statue. And the artist and sculptor of Milford and Surrey said, the university wanted a sculpture of Greta because it's a very green university and they feel that Greta will be an inspiration to all the students. Much more so, I suspect, than Alfred the Great, who is depicted in the preeminent statue in Winchester today. A man who died almost 1,000 years ago. What's he got to do with modern Winchester? I'd say maybe statues should be rotated every now and again. What do you think? I mean, every 500 years or so? Or must we always cling desperately to the past? Carnforth. Hello, Annie.
Hello, Nick. How you doing?
Hey, Chuck. I'm all right. How are you?
Good. Keeping on.
Yeah.
Been a bit of a difficult
What
year.
else can you do?
That's it. We're all doing it, aren't we? Yeah. Oh, bingo. Anyway, I actually managed to get on with you.
Yeah.
At long last.
Here we are.
Yeah. But I was just ringing up about the Greta Thunberg statue. I think it's absolutely brilliant, not only because she's a really inspirational young woman, but because there's hardly any statues of women. If you look around everywhere in towns and cities, they're nearly all of men.
Yeah.
And, well, except for Queen Victoria, there's quite a lot of her.
Yeah.
She's about the woman that you see the most of.
Mm.
There's hardly any statues of women, so I'm all for...
Yeah, but
every statue.
people didn't choose Victoria, did they? They chose all the men. They thought long and hard about who should we put on this plinth. But Queen Victoria was a shoo-in, being the actual queen.
Yeah. Yeah, most of the men were kind of, probably we wouldn't have thought too much of them in this day and age. Even, I don't just mean things like the ones that were involved in slavery, but the ones that were involved in all sorts of things, like very wealthy mill owners and stuff like that, who probably did give a bit of money in the way of philanthropy to their towns and whatnot, but probably also had, child labour
benefited hugely.
Their looms
philanthropy. I'm so over hearing that word, philanthropy. You and I give to are charitable. They are philanthropic. Why do they always get such long words?
Yes, exactly. I mean, it's all part of their sort of ego thing, isn't it? About leaving their name really. They have name. Well, at unis and things, they have. Can't remember the name of the Michael Faraday Lecture Theatre and things like that. Our unit, the uni I used to go to, and so they like to have their names remembered, don't they?
Well, Faraday, fair enough. He was a science expert. He invented electricity.
Yes.
Not a lot of people know that.
Yes, well, yes, but you know what I mean. People generally who are in situations where they're very powerful.
We stick people on a plinth quite often for the number of people they killed. Now, you might think, well, fair enough, but I think is there no room on any plinth for somebody who didn't kill a lot of people?
No, that's true. And the Irish, do you remember when the Irish blew the statue of Nelson up in Dublin? Because they had
No, I don't remember that. When was that?
60s, late 60s.
Well, I was very, very young in the 1960s. I was interested in other things.
Yeah, well, I probably was too,
like
but
Lego.
I sort of heard about it recently because I do listen to RTE sometimes, and now and again it gets mentioned, when it was somebody just took it upon themselves, some individual just took it upon themselves to blow him up.
Yeah.
But, of course, these days you get 10 years, which is more than you get for murdering your wife, actually.
Well, yes. People do less time for actual killing than they're suggesting you should be put inside for writing something unpleasant on the plinth of a statue. This country is just I don't know what's going on here anymore. I really don't. It's I think we've yes, well, exactly right. Yeah, but we're getting into really dangerous territory here.
Definitely. I think, honestly, I would, if I wasn't so ill, me and my partner, we'd emigrate, I think, somewhere else. Just anywhere out of this country. Seems to have gone completely mad, and we've got a populist leader who we're stuck with now for, well, I hate to think how long, really, even if it's not him.
I think they're going to have to really pull their ideas together. And if Keir Starmer is actually playing a game where he's doing very, very softly and he's not scaring the horses and, he's just creeping up on Boris quietly and smoothly and with great precision, and he's going to strike like a praying mantis at the correct moment, well, hopefully, but I can't really see it.
No, I don't think he's got it in him. I just think they've got the wrong leader, unfortunately.
I think they were going for a Tony Blair type. They were going for somebody who wasn't Jeremy Corbyn. They were going for the anti-Jeremy Corbyn. They wanted a Tony Blair type, somebody with great hair. And he absolutely has that, but I'm not sure you can win an election. Well, in fact, the opposite seems to be true. You're probably best placed to win an election with really, really bad hair, eh, Donny?
Don't be rude.
Exactly.
And Boris Johnson.
Well, precisely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mini Trump. Yeah. Here, Annie, look at the time. I'm going to have to go, but thanks for that. Let's have a call in Stansted. Hello, Gavin.
If you didn't want that Suez Canal blocked up, you should get your canal somewhere else.
Right. You're not listening with material by any chance, are you?
No, that was just my opening gambit. What I really wanted to do was play you 70s albums top trumps.
70s albums top trumps?
Yeah.
Right, what does that mean?
You name your favourite album from the 70s and name a track, and I think I could probably name a better track off that album. You up for it?
All right.
Cool. Name your album.
Barnstorm.
Okay, name your track.
Turn to Stone.
The track that beats that is Underdown.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, it is.
Well, I'm afraid it isn't, though.
Well, there should be an adjudicator then, maybe.
But no,
All right.
I am the decider.
All right, okay. May I name an album?
Okay.
Right, Disraeli Gears.
Right.
Track being Sunshine of Your Love.
Yeah, that's probably the best one.
Yeah, your go.
So I win. That's 2 to me
No, you
and 0
have to
to
name
you.
an album now on the track.
Well, no, but I've won twice already. The best out of 3.
Well, you just agreed with me on the last one.
Well, that's right. So I picked the best track, which means that I won twice. But you're very bad at this game, Gavin. I mean, if this is a game that you came up with yourself, you'd think that you'd be better at it. But actually, you failed quite comprehensively. 2 in a row. 2 in a row on the Nicky Abbott Show. Once again, I'm a winner. Thanks a lot, mate, for whatever that was. Let's have Tooting. Hello, Jan.
Yeah, hi, Nick.
Jan.
Hi, thanks for having me on your show.
Well, thanks for being on my show.
I'm a fan of yours, always a fan of yours.
I appreciate it.
Good company for the lockdown.
Well, thanks, Jan.
And my alarm has stopped. I'm the lady with that noisy alarm. So you got me getting that sorted out. But
Now, wait a minute. Back up. Because you called me a few times and there was this beep, this really annoying thing in the background. Your smoke alarm.
I didn't get electrocuted trying to disarm it.
Right.
I didn't lose my head, but I got a headache once it went off.
Yeah, those things just do my head. I can't stand them. Okay, but this is important.
Yeah, so now...
hang on a minute. Wait a minute. Relax. Take a deep breath. Better?
Yes.
Now, your alarm was beeping at you for the longest time. How could you stand it? Because it's supposed to be annoying.
You know what? I don't know how I did it. Maybe because I had I've had a bit of training in Buddhist meditation, so I've blocked things out.
But it's like torture because you know that the beep is coming, but you never know when it's coming. It comes at any time. And it goes all night long, and you can't tell which one it's coming from.
A little bird.
Jan, relax.
No, seriously, I'm not joking. It attracted a bird. It attracted a little bird. I'm on a third floor, in an apartment on the third floor, and it attracted a bird that used to sing. Oh, I don't know what, but it used to sing throughout the night, and it's gone since the alarm stopped.
Yeah, it chirruped.
Probably gone to look for the monster.
Probably commiseration for this poor bird that it thought was trapped in your apartment.
Yeah, but it wouldn't sound so loud to the bird outside.
I don't know. That's a piercing noise, and it is piercing and annoying for a very good reason. That it doesn't want you to die because you haven't put a new battery in your smoke alarm. So you put a new battery.
It has no battery on it. I nearly broke it I nearly broke the whole thing. I've just disabled it. I managed to get the thing. I did it myself.
You see, you've done all the wrong things, Jan. It must have a battery in. They all have batteries in.
No, it had written on the outside of the rim, the battery irreplaceable, so it had the wrong information, and I managed to get the screwdriver in. I didn't electrocute myself.
That's everything you're telling me is the wrong, move.
Anyway, it did have a battery in it. I've just left it open. I found out someone had smashed theirs up because they couldn't stand it.
Yeah, well, I've been on the border of doing that several times, because it usually starts at about 3 o'clock in the morning, and because if you're in a house, you may have 3 or 4 of them, and you can never tell where it comes from.
Here, yes,
Relax, Jan.
Yes, Nick. Yes.
You can never tell where it comes from, so you have to wait, and you're standing there in your gym jams at 3 o'clock in the morning, waiting for the thing to beep again, and it seems to take forever. And then you finally locate. It's downstairs. So you pelt downstairs, and you stand under it, and when it finally goes beep again, you go, aha! And then comes the difficult part: trying to open the blooming thing up, because they're all different. And I have said this several times before, but this is the reason that I can't stand electricians. Yeah, apart from, well, there are other reasons, but this is the specific reason. The idiots that put in that smoke alarm put it so that it was right up against the wall. But you have to get a, what do you call it? A screwdriver in the side of the thing to get the housing. Relax, Jan. Relax. You had to, that's probably not the first time anybody said that to you, is it? Just calm down. Calm down.
Yes. I'm disembodied. I'm on the air.
Yeah. Well, imagine how I feel. You have to stick a screwdriver in the side of it, but he put it jammed up against the wall so that you couldn't actually get a screwdriver in it.
Gosh, and
I'm standing, and you cannot get that thing off. It's like Fort Knox. They could actually hold the nation's wealth in there. Nobody would be able to get in.
But I achieved something. I actually disabled the alarm.
Yeah, but that's not achieving anything. That's the opposite of that. You've done the wrong thing, Jan.
How do you mean?
Well, it's a smoke alarm.
No, but there's one on the landing.
Right.
It was linked to. So the one on the landing...
It still works.
Still there. I can't... I mean, and the whole house is rigged up and the different apartments are interlinked and the fire safety thing is checked every week.
Right. So are you sure, though? I mean, have you actually tested it? You pushed the button?
Oh, no, it's on. The one outside, yeah. I mean, when I have my kitchen door open, the one outside here is on.
Right, and how do you know that? Because you're constantly burning things.
I can see the green light.
Right, okay.
That one can't be disabled, I don't think.
Right, okay. Good. I will sleep more comfortably tonight knowing that.
Yes, I have you to thank for sort of getting me, feeling confident I could sort of, go through the instruction sheet and get to grips with it. And
but by your own admission, you didn't do any of that. You just broke it.
No, it's not broken. I just left it. I just managed. I actually managed. I nearly broke it because it's so fiddly. But it's just left exposed. The thing.
Right. So that doesn't sound like a very good idea. An exposed electrical element.
Damp and everything. But Nick, I did call about
something else.
The moon.
Right.
The moon.
The moon.
Yeah, because a lot's been said about the moon and this worm moon and the super moon.
Yeah.
And I was thinking that, well, by the time you're on the air tomorrow, it would have the first part would have happened because, what is it? It's a super moon, and it's also a worm moon.
Yeah, I think that's the same thing, though.
It's happening. I found out when to look out for it for London.
I think it's called a worm moon because it's a super moon, and it's a super moon because it's at its.
No, it's come from the Farmer's Almanac and Native American things where they say the worms were popping out of the earth.
Yeah, that's right. But I think they're only calling it something because it is a supermoon. That's the reason that it's got a name, is because it's a supermoon.
The supermoon is because it's closest
Yeah, it's perigee.
The moon will rise soon after sunset tomorrow. But about 20 minutes in London, it's going to rise about 7:10. So I'm going to look out for this supermoon as it rises, and it appears to be, because it will be near the horizon as well.
It'll appear to be bigger. Yeah, it's called the moon illusion.
And I found out it's Ponzo's illusion.
Who?
They call it Ponzo.
Who does?
I'm not joking. But the psychologist who the moon illusion is named after is called Mario Ponzo. And
well, I didn't know that, but I called it, and when they taught that to me, they called it the moon illusion, which I thought was an absence of invention on their part. I thought it's a bit on the nose, isn't it? It's the illusion of the moon, and they call it the moon illusion. No imagination at all.
Yeah, but you did. But he did this diagram of converging lines, and I found the other. He showed how the brain is tricked into seeing the moon. You did explain something about how in relation to other objects the moon appears bigger. Yeah. But he actually did this. They do call it the Ponzo's illusion, like where you have the brain is tricked into thinking the moon is bigger than it is in relation to other things. But he did it originally with two parallel lines like rail tracks and two horizontal bars. If you see it online or something, you see two horizontal bars, exactly the same size, but the eye sees it differently. The brain is tricked.
Right.
So it's really, to me, it's like a sort of a thing about twice. Mm-hmm. When we see the moon rise,
I could go to a horizontal bar right now. As a matter of fact,
booze.
Yeah, I'll see you at the front. Mine's a pint. Jan, I've got to go. This is an educational show, isn't it?
No.
Not really. If you took anything away from that is don't break your smoke alarm. Just change the battery. Don't go at it with a hammer like I've been tempted to do on several occasions, because I don't know why they make it so difficult to get the cover off. Why? They're not protecting jewels in there. It beeps at you precisely to make you change the battery. So why do they make the cover so hard to get off? Why? Electricians. I hate them. No! Let's have a call in High Wycombe. Cameron.
Hello, Nick.
Yes, sir.
We spoke before. How are you, buddy? All right?
I'm good, thanks.
Yeah. I know what's wrong with your fire alarm. And the trouble is, it's not the type of thing that is, it's so easy, it's unbelievable. Get yourself a stepladder.
Yes.
Go up, put both hands on the outside of the fire alarm, and turn it anti-clockwise, and it will disconnect itself from the ceiling mount. When you've got the thing in your hand, you can then replace the battery without having to take the outside cover off. The screws that you're talking about, which you'll either find one on either side, is only to go into the actual internals of the fire alarm, which you shouldn't really do. That would be done by the engineer. What you'll be given, once you've disconnected the actual fire alarm from the ceiling mount, is you'll be able to install a new battery underneath. You'll see it. As soon as you take it off and you tip it towards you, you'll see the battery. It's clipped in there by a couple of little plastic clips, and they'll be like a little junction thing that goes on the top of the PP. I think it's one of these 9-volt PP jobs.
Cameron, are you an electrician?
No, but I know a little bit about electronics, and I've done all the electronics and whatnot. I'm more of an electronics guy than an electrician.
Oh my God, he's an electronics guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, I think you're missing something.
What?
That the fire alarm is actually connected to the electrics. You can't pull it off the ceiling because you'll be pulling live wires with it.
Well, you were saying that it's beeping because the battery's gone flat.
Right.
It won't have a battery in it if it's running by 240 volt.
But it does, though. Because what happens if the electricity goes out? Then it would run off a battery.
Yes, so basically speaking, you can still disconnect that. If you get hold of the outside cabinet, you can still twist it anti-clockwise, and it should disconnect from its ceiling mount, and it should allow you to replace the battery.
No. This is why electricians are so annoying, is because nobody wants to mess with their business because everybody's frightened of, dying. And so they can get away with anything, electricians. They're an absolute nightmare, and I detest them.
Well, I'm
with
just
something
thinking to
approaching
myself,
a
Nick,
passion, huh?
if he was able to put it up on the ceiling and stop you from unlocking it, stop you from unscrewing it because the screws at an awkward angle, then logic suggests, how did he get the screw back in there?
No, you insert a screwdriver into the side of it, which unclicks some sort of hook or something inside, and it allows you to pull the cover off. But he mounted it so close to the wall that you couldn't physically get a screwdriver in the side of it. If he just put it a foot out, or a foot in centimetres, that's 36 centimetres. Right. I think you'll find that is about right.
I do feel for that lady that phoned in, though, Nick. I don't know about you, but I was absolutely cringing at the sheer fact that she's now completely destroyed the only thing screwed to her roof that's likely to save her life.
Well, yeah, it did occur to me, and I've been yelling at her for weeks now to get her blooming thing changed, that she could live through that noise. That beeping, it's like Chinese torture. How could she live like that? It's just mystifying. I thought that she had a parrot in the background, or some sort of a bird in a cage, but apparently not. It was something trying to save her life, and she was ignoring it.
Yes, and now she's completely destroyed it. Should there be a small fire erupt in the flat, then... What can I say? I mean, I just cringed at the whole idea. And if she is listening...
You're in great danger.
Yeah, but not only that, but there must be somebody she knows that can pop up and sort it out for her. I would feel very bad to hear that anything happened. But, yeah, Nick, all I can say to you is, as far as your fire alarm's concerned, I thought it was a battery-operated one. But it does annoy me when an electrician puts things up and does those type of things.
They seem to do it deliberately. That if there's a light... I've said this on the air as well. If there's a light on the left and a light on the right in the room... They will put the switch that makes the light on the right, they'll put it on the left, and they'll put the switch for the light on the right, on the left, on the right. They always do that. What's wrong with them?
Also, can I comment on what we were talking about? I think we were talking about earlier on about how the hell can a room, cost £2.6 million?
How is that possible?
No. Do you know something? I've been sat here with a piece of A4 paper trying to work out figures concerning the internals of this room. And the way you got to look at it is, even if each roll of wallpaper was £100,000, you couldn't... This room would have to be the... I just can't see where it all goes, but...
I think they must they must be lying about it's in number 10. They've actually built a mansion around the room, and that's what the £2.6 million cost.
Either that or Boris Johnson's hairdo cost 50 grand.
Or they gave it to Serco to do. One of those things. Or Matt Hancock's neighbour said, I'll do it, and it'll only cost you £2.6 million. And the government says, great, can you start on Monday? All right, thanks a lot, Cameron. This says, you say you like us to be on British summertime all year round, but the thing is, Greenwich Mean Time has a scientific basis. No, it doesn't. What scientific basis is there for Greenwich Mean Time? It was just a line in the ground that was randomly chosen. It could have been anywhere. We'll make this 0. What's scientific about that? Anyway, Darryl says, so I propose that we stick to Greenwich Mean Time all year round instead and shift our lives by an hour. For example, a 9 to 5 job becomes an 8 to 4 job. It might take some getting used to, but trust me, it'll make sense in the long run, unlike your harebrained scheme. Harebrained? Oi!
Be polite!
And Gordon says, I'm a farmer in Aberdeenshire, and I quite agree with you. Leave the clocks alone. Leave them Hey, you, teacher. Leave them clocks alone. Surrey. Hello, Erica.
Hello, Nick. I'm just ringing up just to say that things aren't that bad with it. Some electricians are amazing, because I had a similar problem to you. I kept being woken up at sort of 2 or 3 in the morning by my fire alarms going off, and I couldn't stop it, and I had to smash it to pieces with a broom in the middle of the night.
Yes.
And now, just yesterday, a wonderful electrician friend came round, and he's fixed it all, and I've now got a switch that actually mutes it, so that when it goes off, it doesn't. I don't have to do anything at all. I just flick the switch and it stops it.
Yeah, but
it's amazing.
But Erica, it's not supposed to stop.
It does it goes off. It goes off if you've got a fire or if you've burned the toast, which is what it's supposed to do. But actually, to stop waking your neighbours up and the whole street, I've got a little switch now that just mutes it. And then I can call the fire brigade or, get my kind of extinguisher out. Or
but what if you accidentally leave the switch on mute? Then you won't be able to hear the fire alarm.
No, I won't do that, though.
Oh, I won't do that, though. Famous last words, they are. Erica, get that switch taken out straight away. And unfriend that electrician. He's actually not helping at all.
It stops being woken up in the middle of the night.
Well, okay then. All right. Thanks a lot, Erica. Cheers, my dear. Don't pay a bill. Whatever you do, don't pay that bill. This anonymous text says, your ignorance around the clock changing is pathetic. Stop spraffing rubbish and research its importance. What you're talking about? It's just like 3 people in the far north of Scotland who are cow fanatics. They're obsessed about not having to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning. But what difference does it make? Cows don't know what time it is. This says, God bless liberals. These folk always start out trying to do the right thing by fixing what isn't broken in the first place, and then they end up doing the wrong thing and making everything more complicated and worse than it ever was to start with. Are we still talking about fire alarms? Probably not.